This is how it happened. This is how Wolf Entertainment died. But not really, because we're live. Hey, hey, Wolfpack, we're back with another spooktacular tier list. This time, we're going back into the world of Batman with a ranking on all the Arkham boss fights. Yes, all of them. All the ones from the console releases specifically. Sorry for mobile game fans, or for those hoping for a bigger list of the Blackgate boss fights. No, we're talking about all the boss fights from the mainstream games. Returning to Arkham once more. Hey, Cat. Hey, John Smith. Hey, Shadow Link. Hey, Tails. Glad you guys could make it. Making sure everything works. Alright, looks like we're good. Yep, we're talking about the Batman Arkhamverse once more. This time ranking all the boss fights. And as you can see, we got a pretty big tier list this time because we have all the boss fights. All the ones that matter anyway. Sorry for you guys who play the mobile games, but there's not going to be a ton of those bosses on here. We're talking about the mainstream titles, the console releases, all the big and small Arkham boss fights. From Joker to Bane to Scarecrow to Bird. Yeah, everyone's on here. Pretty much everyone, from the main campaigns, the side missions, and even some DLC missions. How about the 3DS game? We do have Catwoman from Blackgate on here, but that's the only Blackgate boss I'm talking about. Yeah, sorry for those of you who were hoping to see Kano on here from the mobile game. No, we're talking about all the main releases, all the big titles, the ones people know. Catwoman is our only Blackgate boss fight on here, because she's kind of the only one who really matters in that game. Plus, I'm a huge Catwoman simp. But yeah, we're going to be talking about all the Arkham boss fights. I will be ranking them on this here tier list from top best to bottom worst. So, I'll go over the rules if this is your first tier list ever. I will be ranking each and every boss fight, their character, their combat, and how fun their boss fight is, or how lame their boss fight is, from who's the best to who's the most mediocre or worst of the Arkham games. Got a ton of characters, and pretty much everyone is on here. I will be talking about them on this tier list in each category. Up top, we have the best of the best. These ones are S tier. They're great. They're phenomenal. They're the funnest boss fights ever. Funnest boss fights of the Arkhamverse and possibly of gaming as a whole. And we might see a lot of faces up here because the Arkhamverse is just that good. Underneath that, we have So Good. These ones are A tier. They're good, not perfect, but honestly pretty fun. You like fighting them. They're decent boss fights, very cinematic, very interesting, and very challenging. Definitely like 8 or 9 out of 10 boss fights going on here, but they are pretty much so good. Then underneath that, we have Fun. These ones, entertaining, they're serviceable, they did a pretty good job, they're fun to battle as, but probably not the greatest boss fight experience of your entire life or of the entire game series. Definitely outclassed by some superior boss fights, but they're entertaining. Underneath that, we have Fine. These ones are adequate, they're average, they're whatever, they're okay boss fights. More so, we'll see a lot of generic combat challenges, like kind of basic beat-em-up boss fights will be on here, or boss fights that are just too easy. They're fine. Then underneath that, we have Lame. These ones, lousy, the lame ducks, the weaker boss fights, the ones that could have been so much more, but ended up kind of underwhelming, too easy, and too disappointing, and I think you might know who might go on here. But yeah, they could have amounted to something great, but ended up lame. Then underneath that, we have Awful. The worst boss fights ever, and I think you all know who's gonna end up down here. These boss fights, they suck, they're too easy, they're not interesting, or they might be horribly unfair and hard, like the Two-Face boss fight in Arkham City. Basically, not fun at all. They are awful, awful boss fights, and nobody has anything nice to say about them. Every boss I see, the good, the bad, and the bleh. Yeah, they're all up here. So, I apologize, there's not going to be any from Arkham City Lockdown, and not too many from Arkham Origins Blackgate. Blackgate was the 3DS game, and I played it like once. I haven't played it in forever because the game was not very good. I do have Catwoman on here because she's kind of the most important character of the story. plus my waifu. But yeah, not too many Blackgate faces are on here, and none from Lockdown or the first VR game. I do have Arkham Shadow boss fights on here, I added these. Most of them are from Asylum, City, Origins, and Night. All the big ones, including DLC characters. How's everyone? I'm okay. Good to see you, V Scorpio. We're fine, having fun, staying warm. Aye, aye. Hi, Fatal Waffle. Glad you can make it. Never played those anyway. It's okay, Shadowlink. You're not missing much. Arkham Origins Blackgate was the first attempt to have a handheld Arkham game, and it did not go well. Blackgate was an interesting idea in concept, but the gameplay was really lousy. The boss fights were too easy outside of Catwoman, and didn't really do much for the story. It was kind of the in-between Arkham Origins to Assault on Arkham. It was back when they were trying to set up the Suicide Squad game, and we all know how that turned out. Yeah, stick with Assault on Arkham. Oh yeah, speaking of which, none of the movie boss fights are on here because we can't interact with them. But yeah, got all the characters from Asylum, City, Origins, Night, and Shadow. And Catwoman's our only Blackgate boss fight on here because she's the only one who's an actual challenge. But we'll be ranking all the boss fights, the good, the bad, the meh, and the few that were bad. The Arkham series is epic Batman. I talked about this on our last ranking where we ranked all the titles. I love the Arkhamverse. It is cool. It is kick-ass. These are all peak portrayals of Batman's villains, allies, and cast. Like, everyone for who matters in Batman appears in these titles, and they do a great job making them cool, epic, and giving us very great storytelling. Paul Dini, who worked on the animated series, wrote the first two games. Origins and Night were kind of weaker stories, but had a lot of highlights in them. They were definitely fun and amazing games. Kevin Conroy Batman is the best Batman ever, and played in all of them except for Origins, and a lot of fun boss fights are here. Basically, if you've lived under a rock, Batman's a kick-ass superhero protecting Gotham City, and in each and every game, he fights basically an ensemble of his own villains. The villains have a lot of boss fights and a lot of interesting storytelling going on. I will judge them on how good their character was, how great their boss fight was, and how fun or bad they were in the combat scenarios. So, a lot of great writing in these games. However, the boss fights are where opinions kind of divide. Some boss fights are epic, a lot of them are really good, but there are some weak ones, namely a lot of side mission characters, and anyone who's played Arkham Knight knows they suddenly lost a lot of quality boss fights. The boss fights were a highlight in the first 3 games, then Knight came along, we had some good, but a lot of underwhelming ones too. I've only beaten Arkham City and Arkham Knight. You gotta play Arkham Asylum, Fatal Waffle. That one is great. Origins is also epic. I love Arkham Origins. It's the one, quote-unquote, everyone hates. I think it's actually fixed its reputation by now, but Origins is great. Origins is Xbox One and PlayStation 5 compatible, I believe. You can get that game, get like a disc and have it downloaded on the system, and it plays much better because it fixes all the flaws. Hi, Kat. Hey, Akira. So, Arkham boss fights. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about the Arkhamverse boss fights. Have a lot of characters to go over because the Arkham series was just that great. I love the Arkham series. I did a tier list ranking all the titles themselves, and now we're going to talk about the boss fights themselves. The boss fights actually do vary from person to person. Some love them, some hate them, and some are kind of split in the middle. A lot of divided opinions over some of these boss fights, particularly in the sequel games, but we'll talk about each and every one of them here. And yes, we do have side missions on here. There's Bird and Black Mask and the Mad Hatter. Yeah, they had a lot of great boss fights. Arkham City and Origins, I would argue, have the best boss fights of the series. Arkham Knight and Blackgate, easily the weakest ones. Have you heard of Joseph Kahn's Power Rangers movie? And yes, it does exist. I have not. It's a dark and R-rated Power Rangers movie. Yeah, I finally saw Once and Always a Ranger. That one actually was free on YouTube. But yeah, I have not heard of that. Alright, so let's stop wasting time and finally talk about this tier list because we are going to be here for a while. And let's start with the first ever boss fight. No, it's not the generic Titan Thug, it's Victor Zsasz. Okay, so in Arkham Asylum, Joker launches a full-blown assault on Arkham. He takes over the asylum, turns the tables on the guards, and the lunatics are now running the institution. Batman goes to chase the Joker, however he's kind of sidetracked by all the villains breaking out of their cages. And first ever boss fight, Victor Zsasz, who is fine. Yeah, does this really count as a boss fight? Victor Zsasz breaks out of his cell and takes one of the guards prisoner, somehow hijacking total control of this entire science lab room. He has like the guard chained to an electroshock chair and is threatening to kill him. If I ever see a single sight of a bat, he'll fry. Yeah, Zsasz holds this guard hostage and it introduces you to the stealth gameplay. Batman fights Victor Zsasz and technically not really a fight. He shows you basically how the gameplay operates, shows you the rules, shows you how to beat these guys. Batman uses stealth to take Victor Zsasz down. You have to like sneak up behind him on the gargoyles and hit him with a batarang, or just actually sneak up behind him and punch him out. Yeah, it's basically a practice stealth tutorial. Yeah, it introduces you to the games, and I do like Victor Zsasz as a character. He is kind of not used in a lot of media because Victor Zsasz is the most not family-friendly character in the entire Batman lore. Zsasz is basically a serial killer. He's addicted to killing people, believes he's saving them, that he's freeing souls from the restraints of life and such, giving himself tally marks for everyone he kills, like cutting his skin. He has like 1,000,000 marks on him, showing you that he's a dangerous guy. And yeah, Zsasz is kind of a normal guy, so he's not too much of a threat towards the Dark Knight, but he is towards the Arkham guards because Zsasz is a very insane guy. But yeah, it's kind of a basics tutorial mission. You take down Victor Zsasz and it shows you how the gameplay operates. It's fine. Not one of the best boss fights ever. In fact, Zsasz is kind of too easy in the first game. They would actually redeem Zsasz in Arkham City by giving him a very unique side mission where he was a little more of a threat, but yeah, it's basic. Yeah, pretty much both encounters were tutorials. Second one has you use the reverse battering to save Dr. Young from him. Yeah, that was good. If I see anything that looks an even little bit like a bat, this guard dies. Do you hear me? Okay, so yeah, I like Victor Zsasz. Didn't really get to talk about him much on these past tier lists, but yeah, Victor Zsasz is a cool character. Unfortunately, Zsasz is kind of limited because he's the token normal villain. I mean, when normal, I mean human. He's not really a super badass guy against the Dark Knight. I have 100% Arkham Knight's main story, but not Arkham City because the Riddler mission is too hard and long. Actually, if you have the Catwoman DLC, it makes the Riddler side mission a lot shorter because Selina has her own Catwoman Riddler trophies. It's supposed to help you beat his side mission easier. So Victor Zsasz is the dark Batman villain where I remember his skin having tally marks and how he makes his body not bleed. Yeah, Zsasz is a really dark and creepy character. He's introduced in Arkham Asylum because Zsasz is not used in a lot of Batman media because they try to make Batman family friendly, and Zsasz is far, far from a child-friendly villain. Danny Jacobs played Victor Zsasz. Yeah, he did a pretty good job. But yeah, it's a basic tutorial. It's fine, not the worst thing ever, but kind of basic. Now we get to the real first boss fight, a Titan Thug. Is that Titan Thug? Yeah, it's not Bane. Okay, yeah, we get to a Titan Thug, who is also fine. Yeah, I'll put him above Zsasz because you actually get to fight him. Joker shows you what his true villain scheme is. Batman corners the Joker, but the Joker unleashes a prototype monster, a Titan Thug. And this is the first actual boss fight. The Titan Thug is this big hulking monster made up of an upgraded version of Bane's Venom. He's this big Hulk-like monster who charges at Batman. You beat him up, you have to like throw a batarang at him to make him dizzy and crash. You can beat him up, run away, beaten up, run away. You have to dodge a lot of his attacks. He like throws corpses at you or charges you. And unfortunately, this is why he's going on to fine, because you don't really beat him. The Titan Thug has a heart attack and dies. And when I say heart attack, his heart like literally blows up in him. He gets exhausted fighting Batman, and he dies in a cutscene. You don't actually beat him. He's fighting Batman, gets super exhausted, and then his heart gives up. His heart like blows up in him and he dies. And Joker realizes that the Titan formula is not perfected yet. Yeah, you don't really kill him. It's kind of an anticlimactic cop-out, but it shows you what you're in for the rest of the game. Joker realizes he needs to upgrade the Titan formula, gives Batman a shot to kill him, taunts him, but Batman, being Batman, can't kill him because Batman doesn't kill. Joker gets away and laughs off that he's going to improve Titan, forcing Batman to try and figure out what's going on here and what's this Titan product. Why did the Riddler make trophies for Catwoman in Arkham City exactly? Well, I think that was actually a choice by the game developers. You see, they caught wind that a lot of gamers did not like how many Riddler trophies there were, and some were very difficult to get, so they decided to help make it easier to complete Riddler's story arc by having Catwoman trophies spread around Arkham City. And Riddler, designed these specifically for Catwoman. They're like pink question marks. You have to collect them all. And it helps you basically progress on the Riddler's mission. You have to collect at least 400 trophies, and Selina has 40 trophies all around the area, and if you get some of these, they help for your count to complete that story much faster. Yeah, I believe the Riddler did it because he wanted to taunt Catwoman, because Catwoman and Riddler are not friends in the Arkhamverse. Captain Cold's in Justice League Flashpoint, along with all the other rogues. Yeah, he played... Oh, you're talking about Danny Jacobs. Yeah, he's King Julian from the Penguins of Madagascar. And Snakeweed from TMNT 2012. Yeah, Danny Jacobs is a good voice actor. Okay, so yeah, the Titan Thug, also another fine one. It's a very interesting setup to the storyline that you're going to be fighting more super-powered Banes, but the big reason why he's this low is it's kind of a cop-out. He dies from basically the mutation. The mutation is too much for him, and it kills him. And Batman basically explores the rest of Arkham Asylum after the Joker takes off. But yeah, he's another fine one. After that is, finally a good one, the Scarecrow. Yeah, this is the first Scarecrow part. I guess we're gonna count all the Scarecrows as one. Yeah, Scarecrow is going into so good. Yeah, I love the Scarecrow nightmare sequences. These are the highlight of Arkham Asylum to me. If you know Scarecrow, he uses fear gas to make you see your worst fears and lose your mind. Batman gets infected 3 times all throughout the game, causing him to encounter the Scarecrow and his skeleton minions. And these parts are so good. They are fun, they're creative, they're very visually awe-inspiring. You go into these platform segments of the game and enter Scarecrow's nightmare world. You see the asylum falling apart, Scarecrow's like the Eye of Sauron looking around for you, and if he spots Batman, he kills you in 1 hit. Yeah, if Scarecrow ever gets control of the Dark Knight, basically Batman dies, you get his cool game over screen, and you have to basically platform, hide from his Eye of Sauron gaze, and occasionally fight his skeleton minions. Yeah, I know skeletons are kind of basic for the Scarecrow, but I think they really work here because they look really creepy and unsettling. Also, today is Bart Simpson's voice actress's birthday. Happy birthday, Nancy Cartwright. It's a shame Victor Zsasz died by Damian Wayne on Injustice 2. Yeah, Injustice kind of fumbled the ball with Damian Wayne, and he was played by the Yellow Keeper actor from the Scarecrow tier list. Okay. Wasn't there a glitch in the game where the game resets but has the Joker driving the Batmobile while he escorts Batman? Yeah, that is actually pretty funny. In the final Scarecrow nightmare sequence, they actually try to scare the gamer by tricking you into believing the game crashes. They pretend the game glitches out, crashes, and resets from the beginning, pretending that the gamer lost all their progress, but no, the Scarecrow is scaring the gamer. In reality, it has this fake mind screw twist where the Joker is now temporarily playable, the inmates are running Arkham Asylum and execute Batman, but nope, it was all a fear-induced dream. Yeah, Scarecrow is so powerful, he breaks the 4th wall. It's a pretty fun moment. A lot of these bosses need to learn martial arts, they really do. Hey Cat, what's up? Hey Saga, ranking the Arkham series boss fights. You're talking about Nika Futterman, she's Luna Loud. I got some free stuff from the swap meet. Oh, cool. Okay, so the Scarecrow segments, they are fun. They are very visually interesting. Scarecrow's technically not someone you actually fight. You're having a battle of wits, because Scarecrow is not a physically imposing villain in this game. He's very threatening because his fear gas can kill Batman. If you slip up, crack to his fears, or get spotted by the Scarecrow, you die instantly, because Scarecrow is very OP in his drug-induced hallucinations. Batman basically shines a bat signal on the Scarecrow, and it zaps him away. Batman metaphorically breaks free from the nightmare and shines some light into his mind. In the third and final fear-induced dream, you fight the Scarecrow through a wave of minions, and yeah, that's why he's not on S tier. The final one is basically a goon fight. You fight a bunch of minions, and expendable thugs, all the skeleton minions. The Titans monsters actually go down easily in these segments. You like have to batarang them once and dodge them, and then they die instantly. It is kind of a letdown, but yeah, you beat up waves of goons and shine 3 bat signals on Scarecrow, finally breaking free. I got some old Pokemon cards from the Wizard era, some limited edition Doritos Twisted Queso, and an old Pokemon manga mini comic by Viz Comics. Cool. Scarecrow is voiced by Walter from Fringe. You mean Dino Andrada? Yeah, I liked his voice. Today? Okay. Yeah, I like Scarecrow. We're going to put his boss fights on So Good because they are very epic visual experiences and pretty fun gameplay. They shake up the formula of Arkham Asylum, and Scarecrow is one of my favorite villains ever. They did him absolute justice here. Unfortunately, I wish you could actually combat his giant form, but that would be improved in later titles. But for now, he's going on so good. Next, we'll get to Bane. Bane is another good one-and-done boss fight. I'll put him on to fun. Yeah, in a twist, we find out Bane is actually a test subject in Arkham Asylum. Dr. Young has been running secret illegal experiments on the masked luchador, studying him and taking blood from his bloodstream to gain his venom, basically. They're using Bane, getting blood samples from him, and Bane is like completely drained, strapped to an operating table. They're taking the venom inside his bloodstream to convert it into Titan, a much stronger substance where transforming into a buff, muscular Hulk is everlasting. However, we find out Bane is not the main villain here. He's a test subject, and Joker cuts this puppet from his strings and unleashes Bane on the Dark Knight to kill him and get him out of the way. Bane is a copy and paste of the Titan Thug. He is, but he has much longer health and he's an actual fight. This is why he's one above the generic Titan fight. Bane actually does fight Batman. He turns into his giant Hulk form. Fred Tatasciore does a fine job voicing Bane. Personally, JB Blank is my definitive Bane voice, but here, he's another fine boss fight. Bane's not really a character in this game. He's kind of a one-and-done boss fight, and basically a plot device for most of it. He fights the Dark Knight once. You fight him in kind of this incinerator room. You're like in a place where they burn bodies, like a crematory or something. Bane fights you, he charges you, throws giant frickin' boulders at you, unleashes waves of Joker enemies. Hilariously, Bane can run over and accidentally kill these enemies, which I found pretty funny. But you have to fight Bane, you beat him up, he actually can take a lot of damage. You have to cut his Titan tubes, but Batman just does it one at a time to make the boss fight go longer, which, yeah, is kind of cheap and dumb on the Dark Knight's half, but yeah, whatever. You fight him, unplug all his tubes, and he brings the house down, and hilariously, Batman defeats Bane by running him over with his car. I will break you, then the Bruja. Not this time, Bane. This time, I break you. And Bane gets rammed by the Batmobile. This would be funnier in retrospect because Bane almost killed Alfred by crushing him with the Batmobile. Then the Batmobile kills Bane. It would have been cool if Arkham Knight Scarecrow was Injustice 2 Scarecrow, where he gets that fear gas form when you fight him or play as him. Yeah, that would have been cool, but yeah, the developers did not think that one through. It was called Pikachu Shocks Back, and the story is loosely based on episode 37 of the Indigo League, The Battling Eevee Brothers, which was the debut episode of Eevee and the original 3 evolutions. Yeah, the electric, fire, and ice Eevee. Okay, so Bane is he's a fine one-and-done boss fight. He is easily overshadowed by later fights in the game, but I think he's entertaining. He's fine here. A decent one-and-done boss fight. He's fun. Alright, Then we get Victor Zsasz again, who's another tutorial boss fight. He's going on to fine. Yeah, I'll put him next to the first Victor Zsasz encounter. So, Joker passes by their old buddy Zsasz while in the gardens and tells Zsasz to go after Dr. Young. And oddly, Zsasz apparently listens to the Joker in this game. Yeah, Zsasz goes after Dr. Young, takes her hostage, and this is the first reverse batarang trick you use on him. Hilariously, you can actually use a regular batarang on him too. I did do the regular one at first, but Zsasz is holding a hostage, and you have to start taking out thugs who take hostages through Zsasz. Zsasz holds Dr. Young at knife point. Joker's like goading him on to do it. Zsasz takes his sweet time savoring his kill and taunting Batman, and basically you just knock him out with a batarang. Yeah, that is it. That's why he's on fine. You just take him out in another one-shot attack. Yeah, Arkham Origins had superior Bane fights, of course. Yeah, we'll be getting to him. Ice would be in Gen 4. Oh, it's water, not ice. Okay. My mistake. Also, it's Kevin Michael Richardson's birthday. Yeah, another underrated Joker. Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. Okay, that's right. Yeah, I like Vaporeon the water, Eevee. Bulkhead from Transformers Prime's actor's birthday. Also the Shredder, the Joker from The Batman, and Cleveland Jr. Okay, so, yeah, Victor Zsasz is another one-and-done boss fight. You take him out with a batarang, and that's it. This would actually become a reoccurring thing in the Arkhamverse, where thugs would take hostages, and you have to take them out without endangering the hostage's life. If you mess up, then whoever they're holding captive can get killed, or either shot or cut, whatever. It gets improved in the later sequels. This one is alright, definitely interesting, but another fine entry for Victor. Ice would be Glaceon. Okay. And Trigon from Teen Titans 2003. Yeah, he's played a lot of good voices, alright? Alright, so Zsasz going on to fine. Next is the quote-unquote Harley Quinn boss fight. And this is going to be our first lame one, because Harley Quinn is not even a boss fight. Harley Quinn is in the penitentiary. Batman follows her to save the warden and get answers out of her. And Harley Quinn is in the command center where she unleashes waves of goons at you. Yeah, that is really it. You fight a bunch of goons. You're on this big electric floor, and Harley Quinn activates the floor where you have to get out of the way or get zapped to death, basically. And Harley Quinn doesn't even fight you. That is my big problem with this. Harley Quinn does not fight you. You fight endless waves of henchmen and try to avoid the electric floor. There's like 3 sections with the electric grid on there, and Harley Quinn can only start up one at a time. You have to get away from it, and it is very easy. It's a basic combat scenario, and yeah, it's kind of lame. I was hoping for a big badass fight with Quinzel, but no, it doesn't happen. Harley Quinn is in the control room fighting from safety, sends goons at you, and you take out all the goons until it's just her left. He's done it again. I can't believe it. Well, change of plans, kiddo. You're not invited to my party anymore. But I tried my best. Sorry, kid. There's no room for second place. No! And then Harley Quinn gets beaten up in a cutscene. He was that old guy from that one episode of Recess. Quinn definitely had better fights later on, ironically in the DLCs too. Yeah, she did. Harley Quinn does not even fight you. That is why she's on lame. You fight her goons, endless waves of stupid henchmen you take out or electrocute, and that's it. She basically rage quits and then gets taken out in a cutscene. I do like the cutscene though, where she charges Batman and Batman just knocks her ass into a pole. And Harley Quinn is locked up and taken out of commission. Harley Quinn brags that Joker will release her again, but he never does because she failed him and the Joker's a terrible boyfriend. Yeah, it's lame. Harley Quinn should have had a really epic boss fight, but what are you gonna do? Going on to lame. Okay, that is Killer Croc. Okay, so up next, you go to the Botanical Gardens for the first time. Don't get excited, boys, not Poison Ivy yet. And you fight 2 Titan thugs. Yeah, Batman goes to the Botanical Gardens, investigates there, and Joker reveals that he's finally perfected the Titan formula, where instead of shooting Batman, he shoots 2 random goons, where you have to take on these 2 guys. And these 2 I will also be putting on to fun. Yeah, this one is a very challenging boss fight. You have to take on two fully developed Titan thugs, and yeah, it is kind of hard if you don't know what to do at first. You do kind of take it on just like you do Bane and the first Titan thug. These two guys charge at you in the botanical gardens. You're like fighting in a locked room against two of these unstable guys, and this is where you learn you can actually ride the Titan thugs. Batman knocks one out, you get them at a low enough health point, and Batman can ride one and attack the other while riding it. Yeah, I do think it's pretty fun. She may not be the best boss fight, but she has an iconic design and presence in the game. Harley Quinn does have an iconic presence. I do like Arkham vs. Harley, but let's face it, the first game failed her as a boss fight. KMMR was the 2000, Richardson was the 2004 Joker, yep, and Mr. Hawkins in Static Shock. The best DC animated series alongside Batman Beyond. Hey Saga, I will fight you. Justice League and Justice League Unlimited are the peak of the DCAU. Titan Thugs, why did it have to be Titan Thugs? Titan formula is not perfected as players have defeated them with no damage. Okay, so I will bring up, there is a special achievement if you can beat these two without using a batarang. Yeah, if you don't use a batarang, if you convince them to accidentally knock each other out and get their health down enough, you can actually get a rare achievement of beating these two thugs without ever using a batarang. It's called like Mano a Mano, showing that Batman is so badass he can take them on without relying on his gadgets. It's kind of a difficult achievement, but that's what kind of makes it challenging. You actually have to fight the thugs, and you cannot use a batarang to defeat them, which usually makes it easier fighting the Titan thugs, but here it adds a little more of a flair and extra challenge, which is why I'm going to put it onto fun, because that is a very unique and challenging idea. Like Cat, does Wolf know Neon Genesis Evangelion, a mecha anime? I'm sure Wolf does, but he's probably not going to review it because there's so many. But yeah, the fight against the two Titan thugs, it is pretty fun. I like it. We've got finally getting to fight against perfected Titan goons, and this time there's two of them, double trouble, and an even challenging achievement for those of you who like 100%ing your games. Yeah, I'll put them on to fun. They're definitely decent. A little underwhelming compared to the Bane boss fight, but it does show you that Joker's a threat, and the Titan thugs are going to become a staple for this series for a while. Alright, so next comes everyone's favorite Killer Croc, and Killer Croc going on to so good. The Killer Croc boss fight is technically not really a boss fight, but a super challenging obstacle. Batman learns from Poison Ivy that there is a cure to the Titan formula, but they come from spores, which only grow in Killer Croc's lair. Yeah, there's special spores, plants that are down there in Killer Croc's lair, and Batman can find these spores to make a cure to the Titan formula. However, you have to get past Killer Croc, who lives in a creepy sewer level, and yeah, it is so good. This is one of the scariest boss fights of the game, and yes, almost scarier than Scarecrow. Batman has to stealthily walk around the floorboards floating in a sewer level, hoping that Killer Croc doesn't sense him, and Croc has a lot of jump scare attacks coming after you. There you are! And they play like this epic theme where he chases you. You have to like throw a battering at Croc's electro collar, which zaps him and forces him to retreat. Yeah, very tense part. Killer Croc didn't disappoint in the fear factor. Yeah, they made Killer Croc super scary in this game. I almost want to put it into S tier, but unfortunately you don't really get to fight Croc. Killer Croc is so badass that Batman cannot fight him in a one-on-one duel. Yeah, Croc is that tough. Croc is pretty much invincible in this game. You can only zap him, which is the only thing that hurts him and causes him to retreat. The collar shocks him, sending him going back into the water, and Batman cannot beat him in a straight up fight. Batman collects all the spores. He collects like multiple samples, I believe at least 6. You like walk around the sewer, get a sample, walk around the sewer, get a sample. Croc jump scare attacks you, tries to ruin your attempts to get the spore formula, destroys floorboards and such, and comes to a head where he chases down Batman, leading to the final chase. Batman is like cornered against the end of the line. Croc is charging him, but Batman uses his explosive gel to send Croc down under. Arkham vs. Ivy is good, but Uma Thurman is still the hottest. I will fight you on that. I like the Arkham verse look of Poison Ivy. Tick-tock, feed the Croc. Does Killer Croc know Batman was trying to find those spores for a cure? Honestly, I don't think so. I think Croc did not know why Batman was in his cave, but he was taking advantage of it because Croc has been trying to take a bite out of Batman all game. I will find you. Eat your bones. Croc, threatens Batman. There's, an Easter egg if you try to go into Croc's lair early. He jump scares you and punches the door. Yeah, I don't think Croc knew Batman was collecting spores to make a cure for the Titan. Croc has pretty much been locked up in his cell throughout the entirety of the game. You're forced to go in and confront Croc yourself. But Croc ends up defeated, falls through the floor, and he loses Batman. No! I will find you! He swears revenge, and he gets one of the post-credit scenes. Bane, Scarecrow, and Croc have the randomized post-credit scene where we see their hand rise out of the water and grab the Titan barrel. Croc did not know. Yeah, I will fight you. I think Arkham vs. Ivy is way hotter than Uma Thurman, and yeah, Uma Thurman is pretty sexy, except in her final outfit in that movie. The red one looked weird. Now I'm gonna read The Nightmare Room, Don't Forget Me, watch 2 episodes of Kamen Rider Wizard. Okay, have fun, Saga. The Croc section is like something out of a horror movie. That's what makes it so good. This is a creepy boss fight. Killer Croc is kind of like the Jaws shark. You never know when it's gonna strike, and there's always tension because Croc could be anywhere in that water. He's always listening because he can hear Batman's vibrations as he walks over the platforms over the water. He can sense where Batman is and jump scares you at completely random points. Ivy had a heart that grew 3 sizes. Good. Okay. Also, before I read the watch today, I made a post for Zordoween. Artathon today is the Cosmic Fury Megazord from Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. I made it to the end of the franchise saga. Good for you. Is Wolf a Misato, Rei, or Asuka fan? I'm an Asuka fan. Not sure. I don't know what Wolf's into. And today's artwork, Halloween Together with Liko Roy and Dot 2 by Dot Matrix. Okay, so to wrap up Croc, yeah, it is so good. It is something out of a horror movie. It is the scariest part of the game, and that's saying a lot when Scarecrow's in this game. You know it is that good. I like it, it's challenging, and it made Killer Croc of all villains super badass. Unfortunately, Croc will be outdone by a later boss fight we'll get to soon. Okay, so before that, we have Joker's Sewer Trap. So I'm kind of on the fence if this is considered a boss fight, but it's on his tier list, whatever. So Batman finds out Joker's dumping Titan into the river and tries to foil Joker's attempts to poison the river and slowing Batman down. However, Joker traps Batman in an elevator room where he unleashes a Titan thug and waves upon waves of his henchmen. Yeah, this is that mini boss fight, and this one I will put on to fun. It is very challenging, I will say. You're locked in this room, all the doors have laser grids on them, and you can accidentally hurt yourself if you get too close to them or get knocked into them. Joker unleashes another Titan goon, but this time all his henchmen join him. You have to fight a room full of at least 50 to 100 henchmen, and a Titan who is not stopping. Every time you get a hit on the Titan, the elevator opens up and unleashes 10 more goons on you. The artwork show the characters from Horizon and their Pokemon in costumes. It's pronounced Azka. Okay, Azka. Azka, not Suka. Sorry, that's what I read, alright. Okay, so this one is kind of fun. It is very challenging. Once again, you fight another Titan thug, but this time a dozen Joker goons, and I have fun throwing these guys into the laser grids. That is what makes it fun for me. However, the Titan thug is a very challenging opponent. He's charging at you, throwing a lot of the downed thug bodies at you, which can get very annoying. It is a very nerve-wracking close quarters combat. You're like stuck in a very small fighting arena, so there is a very hard difficulty spike here, and the villains never stop. You keep like fighting more goons. The elevator like opens up 3 to 6 times, unleashing like 10 more goons at you. You have to fight all these henchmen and the Titan guy charging you. Some people can take out the Titan thug early. I usually like defeat him last because the thugs are like so annoying here. Batman was not locked in there with them. They were locked in there with him. Yeah, that is kind of funny. I know you're quoting Rorschach. Yeah, Batman is trapped here. Unfortunately, this requires a lot of skill, so if you haven't mastered Batman's combat by this point, it is a very difficult fighting arena. But me, I've been playing these games like almost religiously every day, so I mastered it. I think it's fun. It is a very challenging idea. Batman sealed in an entire fighting arena with these endless goons and one Titan thug who you can ride and defeat with a bunch of... You can like defeat a bunch of other guys as Batman's like riding him. It gets you the rodeo achievement. Maybe you confused it with Ahsoka from Star Wars. Probably. Yeah, this one, I think it's fun. Definitely a decent mini-boss challenge. Really challenging, really great, and Batman taking on an entire army is super badass. So yeah, it's going on too fun. Now, next is one you've all been waiting for, Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy is our first best of the best. Yeah, I get to see one of the best incarnations of Poison Ivy ever. I hope Bodhi's watching this because, yeah, I love Tasia Valenza's Poison Ivy. Love the revamped design they gave her. Poison Ivy was released earlier in the game, but she hung out in the Botanical Gardens. She was actually gonna sit out the riots, let Joker have his fun, but... somehow Joker infects Poison Ivy with Titan and sees that it can affect her and plants. Poison Ivy becomes a Titan monster and becomes a more insane plant queen, leading to one of the greatest boss fights and experiences of your entire life, Poison Ivy on Titan and her epic boss fight. Oh yeah, best boss in the game. Love how challenging and unique the fight with Ivy was. Yeah, I love this. Poison Ivy's plant powers go completely out of control in this. She's taking over Arkham Island, destroying everything. Parts of the asylum are completely wrecked by her plant roots, tearing everything apart. Those annoying spore flowers start planting themselves. Ivy's gonna plan to unleash a full-blown invasion of the city, but Batman, of course, has to stop her. You return to the half that's ruled by Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy goes completely insane and wants to take over Arkham Island herself and then Gotham City. I will rip your precious city to shreds. And Ivy is completely psycho in this one. Ivy converts the Botanical Gardens into this really creepy, nightmarish plant kingdom. There's like people fed to plants, dead bodies everywhere, and a very unholy demonic glow all around here. And Poison Ivy is in full-blown femme fatale mode. Are you ready for me? Do you think you can handle me? And she is full-blown trying to seduce Batman here. I love Paul Dini's writing for Poison Ivy because she is full-blown villainous sex goddess here. Poison Ivy is like a full-blown succubus here, trying to seduce the Dark Knight, and everybody loves the moans and orgasmic shrieks in her combat. Yeah, they are definitely something us men remembered. Okay, so Ivy's boss fight, once you reach her lair in the Botanical Gardens, Ivy reveals that her plants were growing stronger, and now we grow together. Ivy and her plants become one, turning her into a giant man-eating plant monster. Ivy like turns into Biollante from Godzilla. She's this giant abomination plant, destroying the entire area, and Batman has to fight a giant flower monster. To hurt Ivy, you have to throw a battering at her when her plant shield opens up. Ivy throws a lot of tentacle attacks at you, has a lot of plant attacks, and even has swarms of goons who come in the second half of the boss fight. And yeah, I love this boss fight. It is fun. It is challenging. It is so cinematically impressive. Ivy is like a literal giant kaiju in this boss fight. Bigger than friggin' Bane and Giant Scarecrow even. And Of course, all us boys and men remember her shrieks of pain. Yeah, you cannot forget this moment. It is kind of some subtle to blatant symbolism as to what's going on here. It's like combat sex, basically. Like, Poison Ivy is my second Batman villain waifu. Yeah, she is. I mean, say what you want about Batman and Robin, but Uma Thurman is a hottie. I agree, Uma Thurman is hot. She was perfectly casted as Ivy, but not well written, and Uma Thurman went for a much more kooky Adam West style acting for Ivy. Reminds me of Parasite. Sorry, love, you're plucked. Yeah, Ivy, full-blown villainous sex goddess here, and you all remember her moaning. Her moaning sounds very suggestive. I think Paul Dini knew exactly what he was doing when he wrote this. Ah! And she like gives very suggestive pain shrieks, and yeah, Ivy basically has to be deflowered by Batman. It is pretty satisfying though. You like put explosive gel on her plant, blow her up, and yeah, this boss fight, it is awesome. It is cool, it is crazy, it is impressive, has very fun with the Ivy symbolism and metaphors here, and yeah, Tasha Valenza really knocks the creepy voice out of the park here. This is easily one of the best Arkham boss fights ever. Reminds me of Parasite Eve. Yeah, I know Uma Thurman is hot. I think she could have been a good Poison Ivy, but that movie did not write her well, and her acting did not show that she was perfectly casted. So she's like her mutant form from Batman vs. TMNT. Actually, kind of, yeah, Saga. In CMNT, she was more so a Venus flytrap. Here, she's kind of like a giant man-eating flower. It looks like the flower bed she had from Batman and Robin, except like giant size. Yeah, it is much better than the Batman vs. TMNT design. Like, she can't move because she's rooted. Yeah, here her flowers and plants are literally growing around, so she can actually move or plant closer to Batman. Yeah, you throw batarangs at her, dodge her attacks, and use explosive gel on her shield whenever she's fallen. Ivy, like, gets a moment of weakness, falls down, and you blow her up, like, at least 2 times. And Ivy seemingly dies, but no, we see in the epilogue, she somehow survived that. Like, is Poison Ivy a mother figure? She's Mother Nature, Akira. Nature always wins. You cannot defeat Mother Nature. Yeah, Poison Ivy considers herself Mother Nature. She's kind of this sexy plant goddess kind of redesign. I really like it. I think this Ivy is the number 1 Poison Ivy, especially because the Arkhamverse did a great job at her. Like her look, like her acting, like her writing too. Poison Ivy actually is one of the more tragic villains, but her boss fight, it is the best of the first game. It's going on our first S tier. Alright, so next we have one more before the final, and that's 2 Titan Thugs again. So Batman finally makes it to the Joker, and the Joker has a surprise party for Batman. And Joker is sitting on top of his Mountain of Skulls throne from The Killing Joke. Yeah, that's what this is from. Joker has like a pile of skulls and mannequins and built a king throne on there, and Joker reveals he converted 2 of the guards into Titan Thugs, where you have another 2 Titan Thug boss fight. And this one will also go on to fun. Yeah, I do kind of like it at the end. It is kind of weird that we're doing this again, but one more time you get to fight Titan Thugs. Joker's sitting up there with Scarface. I can't believe you didn't defeat Batman. What do you mean me? It was your plan, you goofy clown. Bah! I'm sending you back to the ventriloquist where you belong. I am nature's arm, her spirit, her will. Hell, I am Mother Nature. You really like that movie, huh, Blue Thunder? Did you see what I said? Might have to scroll a little back, sorry. Batman, yeah, I saw that one. I read that earlier. Katana has more screen time for a tier list. Okay, and we'll have to do her later, but for now we're doing spooky ones. Alright, where was I? Okay, yeah. The penultimate fight, you fight 2 Titan Thugs, Joker reveals he has Commissioner Gordon hostage, and Batman fights 2 Titan Thugs again. This time, a lot of respawning thugs. You have to fight thugs alongside 2 Titan goons this time, and Exactly like the one where you're trapped in the sewer room, it is a bit of a challenge. Batman defeats these two prison titan thugs. The Joker realizes he lost against Batman and has nothing left to live for, where he shoots himself, leading to the final boss fight, Titan Joker. And yeah, this one sucks. I'm sorry, this one sucks. Okay, so I was actually looking forward to this. The final boss fight against the Joker. Joker becomes Titan Joker, this grotesque, monstrous Hulk clown. Titan Joker's design is so sick. Joker is so insane that he doesn't lose his mind from the Titan poison. He grows that green mohawk, and we see like his bones protruding out of his body because he's that huge. His hands become like Freddy Krueger claws. You see like the bones become claws sticking out of the fingers. He gains like a Spinosaurus spine, and Mark Hamill goes completely over the top, even more than usual as Titan Joker. Titan Joker is on the loose, and you fight swarms of thugs while taking out Titan Joker in between those thug swarms. Hey, Cat. Hey, Light Jones. Like she's in Smallville, Arrow, Lego DC supervillains, Beware the Bat, DC Superhero Girls 1 and 2, and Young Justice. Katana was also on Brave and the Bold. Yeah, don't forget she was in Brave and the Bold. That's where I first saw her. How come Joker can still talk as a Titan? If you don't know Fatal Waffle, the joke is Joker is so insane that he already lost his mind, and the Titan poisoning causes the thugs to turn into monsters. They lose their sanity. Joker never had his sanity. He is in complete control of his Titan form, which I found very interesting. Yeah, Joker's so crazy that he has no mind to break, and that's why Joker's the only Titan who can talk in the entire game. Like a Giant Joker was in the Batman 2004 from Season 3. Yeah, this is a reference to the Batman episode where Joker stole Bane's venom and turned into a giant hulking Joker. And yeah, I was actually looking forward to that. They referenced the Batman version where Joker becomes a jacked version of himself, becomes a hulking clown, and you don't fight him. You don't fight him. That is why this is on Awful. The Joker boss fight is one of the most disappointing boss fights of the series. Joker is too OP in his final form, and you cannot, like, beat him up or even lay a scratch on him. He chases Batman around, then stops mid-fight to wave to Jack Ryder in his helicopter. There's news choppers flying around Arkham Island taking pictures and filming the chaos going on. Joker, being an attention whore, stops in the middle of the fight to wave to the camera and show off his badass final form. Ooh, is that Jack Ryder? Make sure you get my good side, Jackie. But heck, they're all good. He's like waving to the news choppers flying by to get attention and unleashes armies of goons on Batman, and once again, you just fight swarms of goons, and it is too easy. You can, like, literally kick these guys into the electric fence, and that knocks them out. Yeah, the boss fight is with thugs. Also, Katana is in Suicide Squad Isekai. I still gotta watch that, Akira. I completely forgot Suicide Squad had an anime. But yeah, the Joker boss fight, it's not good. It is so disappointing and lame. You fight a bunch of goons. I do find it funny that Joker throws like bombs into the arena too. There's like these walking, chattering teeth with dynamite in their mouths and presents that explode. That is pretty fun and entertaining, but it's just another generic fight against goons. And while Joker is distracted, once you KO all the goons, you have to grapple the Joker in the back and pull him down. You use the grappling hook, drag Joker down. He gets his claw hands stuck in the floor every time he falls. Then you beat him up. You do this like at least 3 times, and that is it. That is it. Joker falls down, gets stuck, you beat him up, then he tries to chase Batman down again, gives up to wave to the camera, and unleashes hordes of goons at you. And they never bring Batgirl in the Titan Joker fight like I prefer the Batman 2000s cartoon. Yeah, me too. That was a much better one. And that's really it. Joker gets knocked down 3 times, and he's defeated ultimately in a cutscene. Ready to go another round, Bats? Always. What? I'll never lose to you, Joker. Never. And he punches him with the explosive gel, somehow not blowing up his hand. But yeah, he explosive gel punches the Joker in a pretty epic cutscene. But unfortunately, the boss fight is a letdown. This is one of the worst boss fights in the series because there is so much buildup. Batman fights the Joker in a giant Hulk monster form, and it's not even a fight. It really isn't. You just have to dodge the Joker's attacks and take him down when his back is turned. Isn't that epic? Yeah, they brought Peacemaker in the Japanese dub. He sounds like Dio Brando. That's pretty funny. Yeah, the Joker boss fight, easily the biggest letdown. It is going on to awful. Alright, gonna use my first restroom break, but let's get excited because we're entering Arkham City. BRB. Welcome to Arkham City. I'm back. Like, does Batman have strong gloves resistant or immune to explosive gel? That's what's most likely it. Yeah, I also heard parts of Arkham Knight are similar to the plans for the fifth Burton Schumacher Batman film. That was canceled due to Batman and Robin hate. Scarecrow would have been the main villain. Antagonist, but the fear toxin would have Batman hallucinate Jack Nicholson Joker. Also, supposedly, there was going to be a version of Harley Quinn. That would have been his daughter or something instead. Or a former love interest. That was the rumor I heard. Titan Joker was such a letdown, being just a brute you can easily avoid, just fight his goons the majority of the time, and is distracted so you can easily beat him. Yeah, that was lame. Yeah, I heard Harley Quinn and Joker are going to be the main villains of Schumacher's next film, Batman Unchained or Triumphant. Scarecrow is going to be played by, like, Brad Dourif or Jeff Goldblum, while Harley Quinn was going to be played by Madonna. Yeah, I think we dodged a bullet there. Okay, finally in Arkham City. Yeah, Titan Joker boss fight, he sucked. The first worst boss on this list. It is such a letdown. But now, we're starting fresh with Arkham City, and the first boss fights are Mr. Hammer and Mr. Sickle. Yeah, we'll knock both the brothers off. Mr. Hammer, I'll put on to low fun. Yeah, I'll put him under Bane's boss fight, along with his bro, Mr. Sickle, because they're kind of the exact same boss fight. Yeah, put them next together. These are the former circus Siamese strongmen, Mr. Hammer and Mr. Sickle, two buff Russian hitmen who separate themselves and join forces with opposing gangs in Arkham City. Arkham City, if you somehow don't know or live under a rock, is a badass video game. Gotham has created an entire city-sized prison where they dump all the criminal scum of Gotham City in this sealed-off ghetto in town. However, the city is in complete shambles and all the villains are running amok, doing whatever the hell they want in this city. And two of the thugs, Mr. Hammer and Mr. Sickle, join up with two rival gangs. Mr. Hammer signs up with the Joker, but his twin brother signs up for the Penguin. Mr. Sickle is working for Penguin in his museum. Mr. Hammer you fight in the Sionis Steel Mill. And both these guys pretty much have the exact same boss fight. You fight pretty much tough thugs. This introduces the giant thug enemy type, and Hammer and Sickle are the first two types of this character. Okay, that I never heard before. Madonna as Harley Quinn, WTF. Yeah, Madonna was gonna play Harley Quinn in the next Schumacher movie, and makes me kind of glad we dodged a bullet there. Though Brad Dourif as the Scarecrow would have been perfect casting. Though Robert Englund would have been my #1 choice, Joel. Okay, so Hammer and Sickle are basically the giant boss fight. They're giant thugs, basically. You have to, like, triple stun them or take them out with the Bat Swarm attack, introducing a lot more new abilities. You can, like, hilariously shock them with the electroshock gun, and they swing around, accidentally hitting their own men. Mr. Hammer has a giant hammer, while Mr. Sickle has a giant sickle to stab you. You fight both these guys and a few henchmen, and yeah, they're pretty fun. Very challenging obstacles. Definitely stronger than your typical boss fight or thug. They're kind of mini bosses in disguise, and yeah, they're pretty entertaining. I crush you. I kill you, Batman. Ha 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 ha. You think you're strong, but you're not so strong. Yeah, they're pretty fun. I'll put them on to fun. Not the best boss fights of the game, but definitely interesting challenges. They introduce you that the thugs are much stronger in this game than they were in the previous one. And now I cringe with Lila Rossi as Hawkmoth, and her villain sucks. Like Pinky Dye's design is a better villain design, where her spikes look like butterfly wings. Alright, next. Last henchman fight. Joker hits Batman with some of his Titan, revealing that Joker is dying in this game. He's dying from the Titan poisoning his blood and only has a few like hours to live by the time this game is taking place. Joker is dying. He infects Batman with his blood, forcing Batman to work with him to find a cure for their Titan poisoning. Batman goes to Penguin's museum because Penguin is holding Victor Freeze hostage. Mr. Freeze was working on a cure for the Clown Prince of Crime, but mysteriously disappeared. We find out he was abducted by the Penguin. You go to his museum, and the first fight is a Titan Thug. Yeah, the Titan Thugs are back, and they are much more improved from the first game. I will put Penguin Titan Goon onto... yeah, I'll put him onto fun. And I will put him above the penultimate fight. Yeah, Penguin got his grubby little wings onto the Titan formula. Titan canisters have been found and are showing up in Arkham City, and some of the thugs are taking them and giving them to their troops. Penguin also has a Titan Thug, and this is actually a very fun battle. Batman once again gets sealed in a Coliseum area where he has to fight an entire army of goons. Yeah, the goons think they got Penguin trapped, they think they got Batman trapped with them, but they're really locked in with him. Batman fights a Titan Thug and an entire Coliseum of gladiator goons who are trying to join up with Penguin's gang. Also, Batman Nightfall Part 1 is coming in 2026. It's definitely more fun that you can stun and ride on them this time. Yeah, they upgrade the game mechanics fighting Titan Thugs. You can actually stun them, beat them up, and use them to beat up other henchmen. This was not really optional in the first game. You can drive them towards thugs, but here the Titan Thugs can charge and attack and punch if you control them. Yeah, it was definitely fun. I'll put it on to fun because Batman surviving an entire Coliseum full of a Titan guy and an armada of Penguin goons is so badass. Yeah, I'll put him onto fun. Now we can finally get to the real boss fights, starting with the first official one. No, wait, we got one more. Poison Ivy in Catwoman's DLC. So, after Catwoman is saved by Batman, she wants to rob Hugo Strange's vault. However, Catwoman needs an ally, some help breaking into the vault, and this mission requires a woman's touch, where Catwoman goes to her old friend, Poison Ivy, where Poison Ivy sends waves of goons at you. Yeah, this one going on to fine. Yeah, I'll put her above Victor Zsasz at least. So, Poison Ivy is not actually in the main campaign. She's in the Catwoman DLC. Of course, if you have the Return to Arkham stuff, the DLC is already in there, but yeah, she's in Catwoman's side of the story. Catwoman goes to her former best friend Poison Ivy, and Poison Ivy is completely pissed at Catwoman because Selina forgot to water her plants. Yeah, seriously. Like, is Batman Arkham City or Resident Evil? Yeah, isn't Solomon Grundy in the boss fight? We'll get to him right after. Yeah, so technically Poison Ivy is there, and you have to fight a bunch of goons. Catwoman enters Ivy's lair, and Ivy sends her mind-controlled henchmen. Poison Ivy has seduced a lot of men. There's Joker thugs, Penguin thugs, and even Tiger guards who have been mesmerized by Poison Ivy. Ivy has mind-controlled guys fight the battle for her. Catwoman fights on 3 different levels, and Ivy just stands in the background of the final level, throwing like plants at you. Her plants are like shooting beams at you, and it is a complete letdown to how badass she was in the first fight. Yeah, unfortunately, Ivy doesn't get much in the boss department anymore. At least she gets good character development in Night. Yeah, absolutely. So, Poison Ivy's only here because every Batman villain ever is locked up in Arkham City. Except for Scarecrow, who somehow got away. But yeah, Poison Ivy just has her plants fire at you in the background and basically just take out all the henchmen. It is another wave of henchmen fight, and Selina gets captured by Ivy and apparently held tied up in her plants throughout most of the campaign. Yeah, apparently Selina is tied up by Ivy, and we don't cut back to them until a much later portion of the campaign. Yeah, it's fine. I like Poison Ivy, so I'll give her some points for that. She does get involved here as she's in the background, but it's kind of a nothing fight. It's Selina fighting waves of goons and teaching you Catwoman's combat style, getting used to how she fights and mastering her skills, but yeah, it's fine. Now we get to our first official boss fight, Solomon Grundy. Born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday. Penguin has Solomon Grundy as an enforcer in the Iceberg Lounge. Solomon Grundy was a complete surprise, but he is going on so good. Yeah, it was kind of a shock that Solomon Grundy, of all characters, is in the Arkhamverse. Grundy is not usually a Batman villain, but they decided to include him as a surprise. Yeah, Penguin has Solomon Grundy as his primary enforcer. After you knock the Penguin off his perch, he reveals he has one more trick up his sleeve, and that's a giant zombie Hulk who follows Penguin's every command. Penguin has, like, Grundy hooked up to this electroshock machine, forcing Grundy to serve him. You can't kill Grundy! You can't! Fred Tattyscore voices him, obviously doing his Hulk voice, because Grundy and Hulk are kind of a similar character. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, christened on Tuesday, married on Wednesday. I found him under there when I was doing some reconstruction of the Iceberg Lounge. Let's see how much that ugly son of a bitch can take. Yeah, Penguin is controlling Grundy, and you have an epic boss fight with him. I was honestly afraid of this boss fight the first time. Then I realized that you had to take out the electric generators. On the floor, there are exposed generators where you have to put explosive gel on them to blow up his charging machine. Every time you do this, Grundy gets hurt, he faints and loses health, and you have to do this like at least 3 times, I believe. First time's the easiest because the generators are completely exposed, showing you that this is how you can hurt Grundy. Then, when he's stunned, you get to beat him up, and there's something very cool about Batman bringing Grundy down to his knees and beating him up. Grundy doesn't even have life, he's undead, so Batman goes completely murder happy on Solomon Grundy. Yeah, I guess Batman's okay with killing zombies because they're already dead. And the more you beat up Grundy, the more damage he suffers. His, like, chest gets exposed. He's, like, leaking maggots coming out of him. His, like, veins are exposed. He becomes a lot more zombie-like the more he loses to Batman. It does trick you that you think there's 2 phases, but nope, there's 3rd. Yeah, you can't kill Grundy! You can't! After the 2nd phase of the boss, Batman tries to finish him, but nope, Grundy wakes up, he grabs Batman, then shocks himself to try electrocute the Dark Knight with him, but Batman breaks free and does the final phase. And yeah, you beat up Grundy for good, destroy the electro generators. This time, like, they're much harder because the electricity is surging through them, so you have to time when you spray the explosive gel on them. Grundy throws, like, wrecking balls at you, unleashes, like, mind control maggots, and zaps you, like, uses electroshock sound waves to hurt Batman. It is a very intense boss fight. That's why we found Scarecrow's old mask in Arkham City. He got away and was planning everything he did in Arkham Knight. Exactly, Fatal Waffle. We need a Solomon Grundy tier list. Are there that many? And Grundy doesn't really get much character in anything. He's usually just a dumb, mindless brute that break things. But if you're curious, I do think the DCAU Solomon Grundy, he was great. He even had like a redemption arc. Also, why he say his nursery rhyme in a fight, like, is it a poem so dark? Yeah, Solomon Grundy is named after a real-life poem. He's named after this guy who, like, lived a short life in 1 week. Because Solomon Grundy is an undead monster. Penguin, ha, what do you know? You really can't kill that bastard. And after you beat up Grundy, you actually get a fight against the Penguin. Weirdly, the Penguin isn't on here. I guess we're gonna count him and Grundy together. Yeah, after you defeat Grundy, Batman punches his heart out. Believe it or not, this doesn't kill him. Solomon Grundy is still alive if you read a unlockable story from Arkham Knight. Yeah, it turns out Grundy did die here, but he was only temporarily dead. Grundy is not dead, he's alive, confirmed in Arkham Knight, but you have to, like, scan the riddle. But yeah, Penguin shows up at the end. Oi, I'm still here. Can you beat me? He like shoots at Batman with like a rocket launcher, leading to a satisfying beatdown on the Penguin. You have to like dodge his rocket launcher bazooka gun, and once he has to reload, you beat him up, and Batman gives him a very satisfying beatdown. Penguin is completely dethroned here. Grundy is believed dead, but in Arkham Knight, they confirm Grundy is alive. You have to, like, find this secret hidden riddle, and it turns out he came back to life when he was in the morgue. So, like, Victor's arena from Darkstalkers? Exactly. Okay. Yeah, Solomon Grundy is kind of like Frankenstein's monster, essentially. And they gave him a really badass makeover. Yeah, he's going on to so good. I do think there is a superior boss fights we'll be getting to, but Grundy's boss fight is good. It is challenging, it is tough, and honestly has a lot of horror movie shoutouts to Frankenstein. We'll put him on to so good. Alright, after that, witness the power of my Lazarus Pit. Ra's al Ghul is in Arkham City, and his boss fight is going on to S tier. Ra's al Ghul's boss fight was surprisingly super fun and astounding. Why the Penguins sound like Kano from Mortal Kombat? That's the voice Nolan North went for. We are Legion. You should have joined us. Ra's al Ghul is in Arkham City, played by the clones himself, D. Bradley Baker, and I really like Baker's Ra's al Ghul. If we ever do a tier list on him, I'll go more in depth on him, but D. Bradley Baker plays a badass Ra's al Ghul, and he had a badass boss fight. Batman needs help to slow down basically his Titan poisoning, and he finds out that Mr. Freeze needs an element that can replicate the cure. The cure degrades too fast, and Batman realizes Ra's al Ghul's blood holds the key. Because Ra's al Ghul has been exposed to the Lazarus Pit multiple times, he can use the Lazarus to help Freeze invent a cure to the Titan poisoning that will finally fix him. And he hunts down Ra's al Ghul, who, surprise, is in Arkham City. Ra's and Talia are underneath Arkham City in Wonder City. Batman goes through like a lot of puzzles, a lot of mazes, fighting a lot of sexy ninja girls, until he finds the great Ra's al Ghul. Batman pretends he wants to become the new Demon's Head, undergoes the trials, which are kind of painfully easy side quest stuff. Batman goes through the trials, and it's basically a bunch of flying and combat challenges. Then he makes his way to Ra's al Ghul, where the difficulty suddenly spikes up. Like, Batman won't kill, not even you. And that is your final answer? And Ra's al Ghul soaks in the Lazarus Pit, where a lot of normies finally get to see how Ra's al Ghul in the Lazarus Pit operates. Ra's dumps himself in like this Fountain of Youth pit, but it turns him completely rabid and crazy and OP. Younger Ra's emerges, and Batman has a psychedelic hallucination fight against Ra's al Ghul. You'll never escape this chamber alive. And Batman enters a nightmare zone. You're like in a desert arena where Ra's fights you with everything. Swarms of goons, he turns into like the Sandman, and you have to basically electroshock him as a wall tries to protect him. Yeah, this fight was fast-paced and absolutely awesome. Yeah, the Ra's al Ghul boss fight is one of the biggest highlights. I know Mr. Freeze gets a lot of respect because his boss fight is #1, but man, is this one incredible. Ra's al Ghul is really cool, very fast, very entertaining. D. Bradley Baker actually gave Ra's a lot more persona. Yeah, I know, no disrespect towards David Warner, but I do like Bradley's villain monologuing and one-liners in this, and Ra's like turns into like a giant Sandman, chucks like ninja stars and a giant crushing katana blade, like Freddy Krueger claws come your way, you have to dodge them, and you have to electroshock Ra's al Ghul as a shield with like a single hole in it like goes around him. Like Ra's is like in the center of the Sandman meditating, and you have to like zap him. It like takes away his health, knocks him out. He turns into like Sandman golem thugs, like a bunch of ninja guys swarm Batman, and in between, you get to beat up Ra's al Ghul twice. Very satisfying, by the way. Batman, like, beats down Ra's al Ghul. You have to block his, like, sword swipes. Kind of like Slade's boss fight coming up, but it is cool. Yeah. Witness the power of my Lazarus pit. Solomon Grundy have 33 versions in media. Okay, so there is enough, but some might be just minor goons. It's interesting that Penguin's machine gave Solomon Grundy lightning and fire powers. I guess that's what overcharging him did. Solomon Grundy have some screen time. Okay, but there's some Grundys who are basically just a mindless brute. Anyways, back to Ra's al Ghul. This boss fight, incredible. It is cinematically cool, very fast, very fun. You're like constantly blood pumping tension, fighting Ra's al Ghul, trying to strike at the right time, and giving Ra's a very satisfying beatdown. And even after you beat the giant Sandman Ra's al Ghul, it's not over yet. Ra's takes his daughter hostage, and honestly, I kind of don't blame him. Talia was kind of a bitch towards him, like, oh, you should kill my dad. My dad's time is over. Kill him and take over, Batman. Talia very clearly chose Bruce over her dad here. But Ra's takes Talia hostage. This wasn't a part of the plan, apparently, and tells him, Batman, you are going to kill me, or I'll kill the only woman you ever love. Apparently, Ra's and Talia don't know Selina is here, but yeah, he holds Talia hostage, and you do the old-fashioned reverse Batarang trick on Ra's al Ghul, and yep, you take him out, and Ra's is defeated. Also, it's a shame Batfam made Ra's al Ghul as a ghost who sounds like Dracula. Yeah, that is weird and stupid. But yeah, Ra's al Ghul gets taken out. Unfortunately, I kind of wish this boss fight was saved towards the end of the game because Ra's al Ghul was the twist villain all along. Yeah, you don't fight Hugo Strange. It was really Ra's pulling all the strings, but yeah, his boss fight, it is the best of the best. This is one of the funnest boss fights of Arkham City, and I will be putting it onto S tier. Then next is the #1 boss fight, Freeze. That's Mr. Freeze to you. You will bring me back my wife alive, Batman, or you will die. Mr. Freeze going on to best of the best, and I'm sorry, Poison Ivy, but he is dethroning you. Yep, made it to Victor Freeze, and yeah, this is one of the greatest boss fights of all time. This isn't just one of the boss fights of the Arkhamverse. People consider Mr. Freeze's boss fight one of the greatest bosses of gaming history. Mr. Freeze's boss fight is a complete stealth boss fight, and holy cow, is it impressive. Mr. Freeze is Batman's fiercest foe in Arkham City, and his boss fight allows him to adapt to all of Batman's assaults and tricks. You can only use some of Batman's moves to defeat Victor. That'll only work once, Batman. I can learn from my mistakes, Batman. Can you? Yeah, Mr. Freeze is a boss fight who adapts. You have to hide from Mr. Freeze in a closed-off room. Freeze is like a hunter enemy, kind of like the Nemesis, stalking you all around the room, trying to freeze you to death and defeat Batman, but you can use your tricks on him only once. Like, you take him down through the grate or window, that only works one time. He adapts, he upgrades his abilities, upgrades his armor, and upgrades to Batman's tricks, forcing you to learn each move and to lure Victor into a specific trick in order to make it work and defeat him. Yeah, was there any doubt? It's basically a masterpiece of boss fights. Freeze literally adapts and you have to alternate through different tactics, which make this challenging and fun. Absolutely, Shadow Link, you hit the nail on the head. It is a very impressive boss fight. Not just one of the great Arkhamverse boss fights, but for years, this is like a top 10 best video game boss fight ever. Maurice LaMarche knocks it out of the park. I put his Mr. Freeze on S tier too because he's that badass. Love the design, love the creepy atmosphere, and there is a lot of tension in this one. Almost more than Ra's al Ghul's boss fight, because Victor is a very smart opponent. The AI for this boss fight is like through the roof. Victor is adapting. He watches Batman, and if he sees you, he automatically hits you. Victor does not chase you. He instantly strikes you if you're spotted. Both metal and rubber are weak to ice, so that's why everything he shoots instantly freezes. Like Mr. Freeze's fight is better than Hawkmoth and Ladybug Season 5 fight, absolutely. Like no Catwoman and Talia al Ghul mud fight. Well, there's a mud fight, but no sexy women. You don't want to do this, Victor. I believe I do. You will bring me Nora, or you will die. Like when is round 2 for Catwoman or Two-Face? Get into them soon, Akira. Okay, so yeah. Mr. Freeze's boss fight, it is astounding, it is exceptional, it is one of the best boss fights of not just this video game, but gaming in general. I can see why people like it, and Mr. Freeze is also pretty creepy because when you get cornered by him, has very chilling lines. Pun intended, of course. And after Batman eventually beats him down, there's this creepy hallucination where you, like, break Victor's helmet, and then he starts laughing like the Joker, and you see, like, Joker's face in Victor. This was kind of foreshadowing events in Arkham Knight, but that came much later than expected, and I kind of forgot it's a part of this, where Victor has that creepy Joker laugh. Sounds like a very digital, creepy laugh, but unfortunately, while Batman and Victor were fighting, Harley Quinn stole the cure, forcing you to go after the clowns. But yeah, was there really any doubt? Mr. Freeze's boss fight is one of the best boss fights ever made. It is going on to best of the best. Will it stay as our number 1? We'll have to see. Got a lot more faces to go through, but yeah, this is an S tier ultimate epic battle. They made Mr. Freeze one of the coolest characters ever. Tonight's forecast, a freeze is coming. Sorry, I had to. That's okay, John Smith. Arnold's puns could be funny, but not when there's 1,000 of them. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Victor Freeze's boss fight, it is the best of the best. Will it be number 1? We'll see, but we gotta carry on this list with our next one, and that's Fake Joker boss fight. Okay, so there's a very complex plan behind this, but Batman finally breaks into the steel mill to get the cure back from the Joker, and the Joker shows up, seemingly healed from his Titan poisoning. We don't know if he took the cure for himself or not, but he fights Batman. I'm about to give you your first lesson, Batman. Let's start with getting your ass kicked 101. Yeah, that fight made it in here, and this one I will be putting on to so good. Yeah, I'll put it under Killer Croc. Yeah, you fight Joker, who's seemingly healed and normal, back to his physical, perfect self, and he fights Batman with swarms of goons. Stop! No! You've beaten me! You've beaten me! Hang on, did I say me? I meant me and these guys! And Joker summons waves upon waves of henchmen, including Mr. Hammer and a Titan minion, and you fight him in this miniature train set, where a train can run you over, and yeah, it is fun. It is so good. It is enjoyable. Fighting the Joker and a bunch of thugs all together is classic Batman. You actually get to fight the Joker one-on-one. Spoilers, I know it's not really the Joker. It's actually Clayface in disguise, and if you put on detective mode, you can actually see the twist coming. That Joker is the only one you fight who doesn't have a skeleton, leading to a lot of mystery going on, especially if you forgot Clayface existed in this universe. Yeah, I knew that they wouldn't make this fight that easy. Winter has come at last. Yeah, fake Joker boss fight. It's not really the Joker, and they do kind of trick you. You fight Joker one-on-one, he gets beaten up early, but surprise, Joker cheats, or Clayface Joker, who's mimicking the boss. Yeah, he cheats and summons waves of goons, and yeah, it is another hard and challenging fight. It's similar to the boss fight in the sewer level in the first game, where you're sealed in a room, and you have to fight a whole bunch of guys. Joker does not go down easily, because Clayface can take a lot of damage. He survives all of Batman's physical attacks. You have to fight him, like 100 goons, Mr. Hammer, and a Titan Thug, and yeah, it is pretty satisfying when you do win. It is hard. I did not beat this like the first time. It took me a while to beat this when I first got the game, but yeah, I will put it on to so good. It is funny, it is interesting, and yeah, it is all around a very challenging level. I'll put it on to so good. Yeah, it was really Clayface. It's Clayface as the fake Joker. They're foreshadowing the big twist coming up in the end game. But yeah, Joker doesn't have a skeleton. And you see two Jokers in this room. They're like sitting in front of a mirror. You see a sick Joker. Then when he turns around, you see healthy Joker, which was actually Clayface. Clayface has been posing as the Joker the entire time to pretend that he was still in control, he's not dying, that Batman is lagging behind because he got the cure, but no, it's all a very clever deception. Mr. Freeze made that mistake by even doing that boss fight because he lost his chance for a cure for his wife. Yeah, he did. Like Clayface shows up unless in Creature Commandos and Justice League cartoon where he died. Yeah, did he die in Creature Commandos? Because James Gunn said he's working on a Clayface movie. Yeah, this one, it is so good. But now let's get to Batman's final boss, Clayface. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Clayface, the Terror. And Clayface, shocker, going on to best of the best. I'll put him above Ra's al Ghul, but under Ivy. Yep, the final boss of the main campaign, Clayface. You weren't even supposed to be in here, Carlo. Why sign up for the Joker? Easy. It was the role of a lifetime. Yep, Clayface comes in and is a twist villain. It turns out the Joker is still dying, and his fake copycat was Clayface, posing as him in order to carry on the Joker's plans. Joker and Clayface take Talia al Ghul hostage, forcing Batman to save the girl and stop the clown and save the day. He goes to Monarch Theater to end it where it all began for Batman, where the fake Joker seemingly dies, stabbed in the back by Talia, only for Joker to reveal himself in Clayface. Talia al Ghul is dead, and yeah, she does stay dead. She doesn't come back, even though she easily could have. But yeah, Talia al Ghul is shot dead anticlimactically, and Batman fights Clayface. Clayface holds the cure inside of him, forcing Batman to duel him as the final boss. And yeah, this boss fight, it is epic. Not as good as the Mr. Freeze fight, of course, but it is a very cool combat challenge. Clayface only gets hurt by the freeze grenades. You have to throw the freeze grenades at him, which slow him down, take away health, and slowly chip his power away. You weren't even supposed to be in here, Carlo. Why sign up with the Joker? Easy. It was the role of a lifetime. And Clayface is so creepy. I like this giant, creepy, bloated golem-looking thing. Clayface has always been about body horror, and don't worry, Arkham City does not disappoint in that department. The more you damage Clayface, the more his body, starts to slowly fall apart or fail to fully form. This boss fight, you can tell here, I love that his jaw is, hanging open. He's, literally falling apart, failing to hold himself together, the more Batman beats him. And yes, it is a 3-phase boss fight. The first time you fight him, you have to dodge his clay attacks. He swings clay hammers, turns into a giant wrecking ball with his face on it, which also is really creepy. And he spins around shooting clay in every direction. It is an intense fight. Batman freezes him in each end of his boss fight, where you take Ra's al Ghul's katana scimitar and slice him to pieces. You're making me late for my spa treatment. I mean, come on, it's not like you have a girl to save anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, too soon? How's about a change of scenery? Yeah, Joker's there commenting in the rafters. You fight Clayface, you freeze him, cut him up, he reforms, freeze him, cut him up again, and this time the Joker bombs you down to the Lazarus Pit arena. Yeah, turns out Monarch Theater is right on top of Ra's al Ghul's lair, where you fall into the Lazarus Pit zone, fight Clayface, and Clayface summons his own unique clay henchman at you. Clayface is like in a puddle trying to rebuild himself, and he sends these grotesque Silent Hill looking clay puppets. They like go after you, you have to take them out, and as you take down a certain number of the clay minions, he comes up, tries to barf clay at you to hurt you, and you throw your freeze grenades at him. Wait, Clayface is in the DCU? I thought it was the Reeves verse. Thought he died in Creature Commandos too. I did, but James Gunn announced they're making a Clayface movie, and I think it's supposed to take place in his universe. The movie in the background in the fight is The Terror, which Basil Karlo actually starred in. Clay can freeze, so Clayface can freeze on ice. Like, it's a shame Clayface Poison Ivy is delayed. Yeah, it is. Who would win in a fight, Clayface or the T-1000? Ooh, that is difficult. Might have to go with the T-1000 because unlike Clayface, he can take a lot of damage and rebuild himself faster. Clayface does take his time because he's still a living guy. Like, is this the Basil Karlo Clayface? Yeah, it is Basil Karlo. Batman says it's Basil Karlo. And you actually find posters of Karlo's horror movies all around Arkham City and eventually Arkham Knight. Yeah, this is Basil Karlo, the washed-up actor who took the chemicals to turn him into Clayface. Yeah, this is Basil Karlo, not Matt Heyman. Or Hammond. No, it's Matt Hagen. Yeah, it's not Matt, okay? It's not Matt from the animated series. Even though Matt was kind of a hybrid character of both the Matt and Basil Karlo personalities. Yeah, this is Basil Karlo, the washed-up actor who took the chemicals to make him into Clayface to be a better actor. Then he went crazy and became a murderous monster. Classic tale in DC, right? Okay, so you fight him in the Lazarus Arena, and Clayface turns into, like, a lot of creepy forms. I love this grotesque monster form he has, where his, like, jaw's hanging open, he's hunched over, and he has, like, vacant slots where the eyes should be. He has, like, a clay skull. You freeze Clayface and finally rip the cure out of him. Batman dives into Clayface, steals the cure, and slices him open in half with a katana blade. Clayface eventually faints because he can't take it anymore, and Joker tries to steal the Lazarus Pit by diving into it. Batman foils his attempts, and Clayface pretty much dies here. Yeah, they don't elaborate on it, but Batman throws the katana blade up at Joker. It slices the machine and pretty much knocks Clayface into the Lazarus Pit, where his clay short circuits it, and he dies. Yeah, Clayface is dead from this boss fight. Clayface dies at the end of the game too. Clayface falls into the Lazarus Pit. You think it would make him immortal, but no, it didn't. Instead, he vaporizes the machine, he electrocutes it with his clay DNA, and the Lazarus Pit completely explodes, killing them and leading to the tragic endgame cutscene where Joker and Batman are now together with only one cure vial. But Clayface has defeated Wonder Woman and turned back into a clay in the comics. He did? Okay, I didn't know that. Clayface is what the mud monster from Goosebumps should have been. Absolutely. But yeah, Clayface actually does die in the end of Arkham City. If you're wondering why we never see him ever again, there you go. He died when he mixed with the Lazarus chemicals. Yeah, Clayface dies, and as you all know, the Joker died, Batman cures himself, and Batman, after everything you would have done, I still would have saved you. That actually is pretty funny. And Joker dies. Except not really, Mark Hamill would be back, revoicing him several hundred times. Alright, so to wrap up, yeah, Clayface is S tier, really like it, really challenging, very high blood pressure inducing. Batman fighting Clayface is super cool, and it was a nice surprise to see this character, and they did not disappoint him. He's going on best of the best. But not done with Arkham City yet. We have a few side missions on here, but also the actual endgame boss, Catwoman versus Two-Face, and I believe I speak for everyone when I say screw this boss fight, screw it super hard. Yeah, at the end, Catwoman gets an epilogue story chapter where Selina is now gonna finally ditch Arkham City. However, she wants to get her revenge on Two-Face. Two-Face blew up Catwoman's apartment and stole all her valuables after what she did to him. But could the Lazarus Pit revert him to normal human? You would think so, but they don't go into it. I thought Batman doesn't kill, he killed Clayface. Well, Clayface's death was technically an accident. Batman was trying to destroy the Lazarus machine. Unfortunately, Clayface accidentally fell into it. The machine actually crushed him in there. Okay, so Catwoman goes to Penguin's museum to confront Two-Face. Two-Face tried to have her killed and stole all her valuable treasure and loot. Catwoman goes there to get her treasures back and to get revenge on the Two-Face crook. After a pretty fun gameplay through the museum, we reach easily one of the worst parts of Arkham City, the Two-Face boss fight, and this boss fight is hard and irritating. I do not like it, and I think a lot of people agree with me that it is awful. Two-Face is a stealth boss fight. Two-Face is in a museum area with several dozen goons guarding every hallway, and if you try to take out these goons, guess what? It does nothing because more goons respawn and enter the area. There's always gotta be like almost 5 to 10 goons in this very small section of the museum. I suppose it depends on how you define killing in self-defense. Yeah. Poison Ivy versus Catwoman is better. It is. Yeah. Two-Face takes a lot of damage. You have to fight him as Catwoman. Usually I try to basically beat him up, use the beatdown attacks on Two-Face, beat him up, run away. Sometimes I make sure the goons are far enough away so I can beat up Harvey Dent entirely, but if you take down Harvey Dent, that does end the game finally, but getting to Harvey is the hard part. Harvey is walking around the museum on different areas, has a lot of bodyguards around him, and he carries on a rocket launcher, which does a lot of damage to Selina. And as much as I love Catwoman, she is not a strong character. Catwoman has half the health Batman does, making the boss fight even harder. Since that fight exists in the Arkham City level, yeah. Yeah, Catwoman has half the health Batman does, even with full upgrades, and this boss fight is hard. Catwoman is not good at stealth combat. She's good at sneaking around, but fighting people and taking out dozens of goons is a very huge challenge. I would suggest getting Harvey Dent alone in an area, like take out a thug and do a knockout smash, lure in all the thugs away from Harvey while he walks around, then basically take him down with a beatdown. Beat Harvey up, as soon as he gets up, beat him up again, run away if the goons are too close, but yeah, Catwoman can easily die here, and that's why this level really sucks. Eventually, if you do manage to beat up Harvey Dent, he's beaten down, and that triggers the endgame cutscene. Harvey loses, but he reveals he did one final screw you towards Catwoman. Like, he took her loot and hid it. He gave the loot away to a bunch of his thugs and spread it out all across Arkham City so Selina will never find it. I win, bitch. Then Selina just punches Harvey's ass out because he's stupid. Yeah, this is one of the most annoying boss fights of the game, and all these years later, it is still very difficult. I think this one might be the worst boss fight ever, but for now, it's going on to awful fight, awful epilogue post-game boss, and Harvey Dent is just very difficult, and Catwoman needed a lot more upgrades in this game. It's going on to awful. Alright, now we got a few side missions before we get to the final one. But let's do the Mad Hatter. It's my specialty, my specialty, my specialty. Go to hell, Jervis. Yeah, we got the Mad Hatter, who is going on to fine. Yeah, I put him above Poison Ivy at least. Yep, Mad Hatter has a side mission in Arkham City. Mad Hatter plants a post-hypnotic suggestion into the Dark Knight. Batman is trying to get a cure. He believes the Joker stole it, but Suddenly, out of nowhere, Batman gets a communication telling him, "Good news, Master Bruce. Our old friend Lucius Fox has developed a cure and has sent it to you in Arkham City." Batman goes to find the quote-unquote cure Lucius sent, and it turns out it's actually drugs by the Mad Hatter. Like, worst Catwoman level. Fully agree, Akira. It is the worst Catwoman level because of how difficult it is. And it's not even a fun difficult like Clayface or Mr. Freeze. Okay, so Jervis is fine. Basically, Batman accidentally takes drugs, and it turns out it was a trick by the Mad Hatter. Mad Hatter wants to turn Batman into one of his slaves. There's actually a pretty good horror movie level cutscene where Mad Hatter is hosting a tea party, and he brought all his hypnotized slaves. Mad Hatter is a master of mind control and hypnosis. He brought Batman here to turn him into his Donnie Darko rabbit. Yeah, he wants Batman to be his March Hare. He gives him his own special mind control mask, and Batman becomes Frank the Rabbit from Donnie Darko. I do like this design, but yeah, Batman is being turned into Jervis's March Hare, but Batman tries to resist, where you have a battle in the center of the mind, and basically, it's a fight against a bunch of Mad Hatter goons. Batman fights a bunch of rabbit goons inside his mind on top of a stopwatch. You have to take out these goons, and if you lose, you die and lose to Jervis. Batman basically fights a bunch of goons. Jervis shows up at times. He teleports like into the center of the stopwatch. You have to punch him every time. This happens like 5 times until you finally knock him out. While Mad Hatter is smart, he needs to learn how to fight as he's letting his genius become a crutch. Exactly, Fatal Waffle. Mad Hatter is technically not a boss fight. He sends waves of goons at you, and you can potentially punch him once he starts showing himself. Batman KOs him and breaks the mind control device, and that's it. Jervis is stopped and completely defanged as a villain in Arkham City. It's fine. Basically more so a challenge map fight. You're like only in this one small hypnotized area. The Mad Hatter boss fight in Arkham Origins is a million times better. Hi, Cat, what I miss? Hey, Bat Kid, we're wrapping up Arkham City boss fights. Talked about a lot of the good ones in the main campaign. We're wrapping up Jervis, who is fine. Not really a boss fight, just another enemy who sends waves of goons at you. Mad Hatter in Arkham Origins and even Arkham Knight a million times improved. But the Arkham City Mad Hatter fight going on too, fine. Like, it's cool, like the clock fight is basically like Bayonetta. Yeah, kind of. Like, Mad Hatter boss fight is cool, but the female Gotham villain as Alice in Wonderland is hot. Yeah, she is. Really wish they adapted Mad Hatter's story where he tried to make a Wonderland harem. Like, Mad Hatter brainwashed all the female characters of Gotham to be his sexy Wonderland characters. Catwoman is hypnotized and becomes a Cheshire Cat. Ivy becomes the Red Queen. Vicky Vale becomes Alice. And I believe Montoya or someone became the female Carpenter. Yeah, Mad Hatter gets a Wonderland harem. That was a great story. Unfortunately, Jervis's first side mission, it's fine. Believe it or not, the Mad Hatter was going to be in Arkham Asylum. Paul Dini actually wanted to have Jervis to have a section in Arkham Asylum where you got a boss fight with him. Mad Hatter was going to be in like a children's hedge maze, having a tea party, and Batman has to stop him and his villain plan. Unfortunately, it didn't make the final cut and was cut for time, basically, and he was trying to insert Jervis into Arkham City instead, and I think it was pretty fine. Yeah. Okay, next side mission. You made me miss my target, Batman. I never miss. Deadshot. Who is going on to? Lame. Yeah, Deadshot is another surprise villain in Arkham City. The world's greatest detective versus the world's deadliest assassin. Who will win that fight? Well, Batman, because it was easy. Deadshot is in Arkham City. Hugo Strange hires Deadshot and dumps him incognito in Arkham City to assassinate a bunch of political targets. Hugo Strange needs to tie up loose ends, and Deadshot is sent in there to kill all these people who know too much about Hugo Strange and could expose him. Batman goes on a hunt to find Deadshot. It's a side mission. You find Deadshot's victims and try to track his whereabouts. And my sister hates harem. Understandable. Like, isn't his fight in the clock fight? That's Jervis's fight, yeah. So, basically, it's actually kind of more of a murder mystery. You're finding Deadshot's victims, piecing together stuff he's doing, stuff he's using, and tracking where he is and who he's going to kill next. Batman finds out that Deadshot has a secret stash in Arkham City, hacks his PDA, and realizes that Deadshot does have a specific target list, and he's targeting Jack Ryder next, where Batman saves Jack Ryder from being headshot. He interferes with Deadshot's shot, leading to his boss fight, and boy is it a letdown. After all this huge hype and a lot of build-up towards Deadshot, even having Hawkeye, Chris Cox voicing him, Deadshot is a very underwhelming boss. I've never seen what happens if you let Deadshot kill Jack Ryder. Well, I guess you just get a game over screen. Yeah, I never failed this because they give you a lot of time. You have to, like, fly across Arkham City to the Penguins area, where you find Jack Ryder trying to keep warm. But for the first time ever, Deadshot somehow misses his sniper shot and doesn't think to shoot again at Batman or Ryder, but he runs away, Batman chases him, and basically, it's a stealth fight. Deadshot can kill you in one shot. If he sees you, you're sniped dead. Batman has to sneak under him and go under a floor grate, and then you just jump him. That is it. Deadshot, like, looks around the area, you go and he's not looking at you, get into the floor grate under him, then KO him in one hit. Yeah, it is lame. Deadshot gets beaten easily by Batman, and Deadshot had a much better boss fight in Arkham Origins. Like, Deadshot's design is American or African American, since it's difficult to understand his origins. They race changed Deadshot. In the game, he's kind of like ambiguously brown, but I think they are trying to go for white Deadshot. Yeah, oh, if you mean a time limit boss fight, yeah, Akira, he kind of is. Mad Hatter, DC, the more I learn about him, the more I get the heebie-jeebies from Jervis. Who's Jack Ryder? Jack Ryder's a news reporter. He was locked up in Arkham City because he got dirt on Hugo Strange. He was gonna blow the whistle on Hugo Strange being a corrupt guy, but Hugo pulled some strings and political machinations to have Jack Ryder arrested and thrown into Arkham City. Jack Ryder is a news reporter who basically learned too much. But if you're a DC fan or watch Batman the Animated Series, Jack Ryder becomes the superhero, the Creeper. Tragically, he never does in the Arkhamverse. I don't know why. I was looking forward to this, but Ryder becomes the Creeper, this heroic version of the Joker. And unfortunately, it doesn't happen in the Arkhamverse. He's just an annoying news reporter who knows too much. Kind of the male equivalent to 80s April O'Neil. Was Anthony Michael Hawes' character in The Dark Knight based on Jack Ryder? I think that was him. So glad Origins did Deadshot better. He did him way better. City, he's just a one-and-done fight. Yeah, that was anticlimactic. Origins, and especially Assault on Arkham, made Deadshot a far superior character. Unfortunately, his Arkham City boss fight, it is lame. It's a one-hit takeout. All you have to do is sneak past him. And Deadshot, for a great assassin, he sure does suck fighting against Batman. Waiting for a Deadshot tier list. Is anyone looking forward to that, Akira? Jack Ryder and Vicky Vale need to get along. It's funny because in the games, Ryder and Vicky Vale mention that they're kind of rival reporters. Vicky Vale, like, has her own news show, and Jack Ryder has his own news block. They're kind of professional rivals. I never miss. Yeah, Deadshot never miss. One fun fact I will say is Deadshot is voiced by Chris Cox, who plays Hawkeye from Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And it is so funny that Chris Cox plays two professional marksmen. He's the world's greatest shot in DC and Marvel. I just find that funny. Basically, they want to give leeway for Will Smith to play him. Haha, yeah, they did. Like the Creeper in Arkham be so creepy to animate. Yeah, he would have been. When Riddler died in Telltale Batman, I originally thought it was going to be Deadshot. Me too, because he kind of looked like his classic design, but no, it was Tiffany Fox. Like only he get the Lego decision. Okay. Alright, so anyways, Arkham City Deadshot's boss fight, it is lame. He gets a much better one in our next game, but for now, he's going on to lame. Alright, final side mission for the main Arkham City campaign, the Riddler. The Riddler finally gets beaten up and he's going on to fine. So, Riddler technically isn't a boss fight, but he's another stealth battle. If you manage to collect 400 Riddler trophies, you finally locate the Riddler's lair. Riddler has a very fascinating side mission. He takes Aaron Cash and his unit hostage, putting them into saw death traps where Batman has to solve his riddles and his challenges in order to rescue all of them. And one by one, the more you make progress, you save one hostage after like 25 to 50% of riddles solved. Batman saves at least 5 to 6 people before this. Then, it turns out Riddler did not have a plan for Batman to survive his final jigsaw room. I do like that Riddler is basically John Kramer in the Arkhamverse. Yeah, Riddler is basically Jigsaw. His riddles now are about life and death, and there's a lot of Saw-level death traps. You have to save these people before the time runs out. Batman can potentially die doing these because they are pretty difficult. You have to master combat, find all the riddles, all the questions, all the stuff you scan, and basically, at the end, you locate Riddler's Jigsaw lair. You have to break in here, and it is kind of a challenge that you have to stealthily walk around these people. They're all, like, hooked up to bombs. If they stop moving or if you get in their way, they explode and die. Yeah, they can die. They explode and die if you block them. If you, like, pass by this green light ahead of them, that triggers their bomb, and you can possibly kill the hostages and fail the mission. It's always satisfying to put Riddler in his place in these games, absolutely. Yeah, it's what's going on to find, because you have to, like, sneak up to Riddler underneath his office, and Riddler gets pulled down in the floor and KO'd by Batman, where he's hooked up to his own machine. But this time, Batman took away the battery so it won't blow him up, but they troll him, basically. It is very satisfying, however not really a challenging boss fight. You don't really fight the Riddler until Arkham Knight. In here, it's fine, it's satisfying, love putting Riddler in his place. Not exactly one of the funnest boss fights ever, but I think it's decent. Isn't he from Batman 1989, Jack Ryder? No, you're thinking of, Knox. Knox is kind of a stand-in for Jack Ryder, but it wasn't him. Who is the biggest genius, Riddler, Mad Hatter, or Hugo Strange? I would say Hugo Strange. I have a riddle for you, Edward. How is the Riddler like a blank dictionary? Simple, you're both at a loss for words. Oh, you burned him, Hugo. When Riddler died in read that one. Like, if only we get the Lego Dimensions design. Like, people want Deadshot versus Bullseye, Lady Nagant of Simo Haya, DC versus Marvel, and My Hero Academia, and Death Battle. Yeah, those would be pretty cool. Yeah, I would say Hugo Strange is the smartest man. He's just not physically capable, which is a shame because Arkham Asylum hinted that he was jacked and strong enough to fight Batman. Anyways, to wrap up Edward Nygma, it is satisfying taking him down in all these games, and this one is fine, but he will be improved in a later sequel. Alright, almost at the end of Arkham City. Let's do Robin versus the Titan Thug, which is going on to fun. Yeah, I'll put it above the... No, I'll put it under the Penguin Titan Thug. Robin has to save Batman. This is from Harley Quinn's Revenge, the first Arkham episode DLC. I like Harley Quinn's Revenge fine, but Robin gets to be the main character for most of this DLC. Batman has mysteriously disappeared and has been taken hostage by Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is going on a completely deranged murder-suicide scheme to kill herself and the Dark Knight, but Batman is held hostage, forcing Robin to step in and save him. And yeah, it is pretty unique playing as Robin. Robin has a mini boss fight. Harley Quinn and her entire army try to stop Robin, where we see a Harley Quinn goons and Harley Titan Thug all fight Robin in this one room, and yeah, it's pretty fun. It is fun, don't really have much to say. Playing as Robin locked in a room against Titan thugs and such is a very entertaining concept. These are all fun challenges and fun to the game. You'll pay for this, Batman. You sure this thing won't work? No, but there's no point in letting him know that, is there? Yeah, Batman does have a sense of humor. Very satisfying. Riddler gets humiliated. Why does Riddler keep saying he's Batman's intelligent superior when he lost to Batman 4 times in a row? Riddler is a narcissist, an egomaniac, very much thinks he's the smartest person in the room and better than everyone. His scheme is honestly a testament to how insane he is. Riddler thinks he's better than Batman and is obsessed with trying to outsmart it, prove he's the superior mind, but Batman beats him up every time, and Riddler's ego cannot let it go. That is why Edward's a villain. He cannot take no for an answer. He cannot let anyone else be better than him, be smarter than him. He is that obsessed with being the best at everything. I usually prefer Deadshot when he's Caucasian, but that's based on adaptations. But if there's a good version of him as African American, it would be good too. Don't know all who play him though. Yeah, I'm not against Deadshot being race bent, but they only do that because Will Smith played him. Yeah, okay. Okay, to wrap up, yeah, this is another fun fight. This time, you're Robin fighting Titan thugs in a room full of goons. It is pretty fun. I'll put it onto simple fun B tier. But finally, let's get to Harley Quinn. This is it! You and me and the whole building blowing sky high! Harley Quinn, who technically has a double boss fight in Harley Quinn's Revenge. I will be putting her low on so good. Yep, you finally get to fight Harley Quinn. As Robin in the first phase, Harley Quinn is technically a two-phase boss fight, where Harley Quinn has an army of goons because Quinn is not tough enough to fight Robin and Batman. Harley Quinn is holding a bunch of cops hostage in this section of her villain lair, and Robin breaks in here to get the key code off of Harley Quinn to rescue Batman. And at first, it's a stealth mission, and a lot better than Two-Face's boss fight, I will say. You can actually narrow down the thugs, and only have like a few who keep respawning. Harley Quinn goes down by multiple Robin beatdowns, and it is pretty satisfying to beat her. Let me go, bird boy, if you insist. Yeah! Like knocks her off the bridge and suspends her. Yeah, the stealth section, I like it much more than Harvey Dent's boss fight against Catwoman because it's not as cheap or super hard. But then we get to the second phase. Harley Quinn manages to escape and launches one final showdown against the Dark Knight, where Harley Quinn summons waves of goons, but there's a twist. The goons are robots. Definitely an improvement from the Two-Face boss fight, mainly because it's more fair. Exactly, Shadowlink. Yeah, so we also have our second phase boss fight, where Harley Quinn releases a bunch of robots. What, did you think it would be that easy? Well, think again, loser. And Harley Quinn brought all the Wonder City robot mechs to life, and it is a very fun fight, because the mechs do not have the counter insignia show up on them, making it harder to sense when they're gonna attack, and the robots can take a lot of hits. Like, it takes a lot of fighting. You beat up, like, an entire army of robots, fight them in this one room while Harley Quinn is shooting at you. Again, kind of like the Two-Face fight in Arkham City. But yeah, you defeat them all. Harley Quinn tries to blow you up and murder-suicide everyone, where Harley Quinn is kind of taken down in a counter move. It is satisfying. You knock Harley Quinn off of her giant Joker shrine, and she tries to blow it up. There is no counter to the bomb. Batman escapes just in time. We are duped into thinking Tim Drake Robin died. No, he got out alive. Harley Quinn tries to stab Batman in the back while he's mourning, only for Robin to show up and have a badass moment. Yeah, this one is good. It is fun, it is entertaining. She has two phases to her boss fight, a stealth fight, and then a combat fight, and much improvement over her Arkham Asylum boss fight. Yeah, Tara Strong, I know she's kind of overrated as Quinn now, but Arkham City was her at her best. I'm gonna put her on too, so good. Robots never were invincible. No wonder why Riddler's father called him a moron. Who could fight Deadshot on Death Battle? I would say Bullseye or Hawkeye. Yeah, okay. Harley Quinn with robot minions. Yeah, the robots had like Joker makeovers. Yeah, this one is fun. I'll put it on to So Good. Alright, gotta use my restroom break again, but get excited, we're now going to the divisive Arkham Origins. Yep, we made it to Origins, and I'll talk about them as soon as I come back. Tell me your favorite boss fights in the chat or comments below. I'll be right back. There's no such thing as a Batman. Yes, again, GCPD, we're back. Sigh, still upset Origins didn't get a remaster like the other Arkham games. Yeah, me too. Origins deserves a remaster, but no, this was the one everyone hated, so Warner Brothers and DC aren't gonna bother. Like, see Bullseye or Lady Nagant from My Hero Academia. That could work. Arkham Origins Mr. Freeze boss fight is my favorite. Yeah, I like it too, but we'll get to that one later. That comes later. For now, we enter Arkham Origins, the first Arkham game set in the city, and on Christmas. 8 assassins are after the head on Batman. Black Mask has placed a $1 billion bounty on the Dark Knight once Batman dead and out of Gotham. So he hired 8 of the greatest assassins to hunt down the Dark Knight and kill him, and all 8 of them are boss fights, along with some other surprise appearances from Batman foes. So, Black Mask is set up as the villain of this game, and we see Black Mask and Killer Croc invading Blackgate Prison, where they assassinate Commissioner Loeb, forcing Batman to intervene, where you get in your first boss fight against Killer Croc. Yep, you finally get to have a one-on-one boss fight with Killer Croc. Croc has not suffered his mutation to extreme lengths yet, allowing Batman to actually fight Killer Croc in a fist fight, and this fight is going on to fun. Yeah, I'll put him high up on fun. Yeah, you fight Killer Croc, and Croc is pretty much the warm-up boss fight. He's the first fight in Arkham Origins, and Croc, sadly, is not as OP as he is in Asylum. He goes down much easier, where basically you have to beat down Croc a few times. Batman dodges his slashes, his strikes, and has to stun him, then beat him up, and avoid being eaten by Croc. Kari Payton plays Croc, and honestly, I'm kind of confused why they didn't get Steve Bloom, especially because Bloom is in the game, but whatever. Kari Payton plays younger Killer Croc. He looks like his animated series counterpart now, and has a decent boss fight with Batman. Yeah, I like the Arkham Origins Mr. Freeze fight. My favorite is Mr. Freeze and the Harley Quinn robot fight, but Poison Ivy fight when she groans feels like I blush, like is a mature rating. Yeah, it should have been. But Batman fights Killer Croc for the first time. Thought I caught your scent? I know I caught yours. Yeah, you fight Croc, and it's pretty epic. I do have fun playing this one. You get to fight Croc for the first time, and Croc carries on his tradition of appearing in every Arkhamverse story, but yeah, it's basically a beat-em-up fight. A pretty fun one at that, but yeah. Batman defeats him, you blow him up when he grabs propane tanks, launch him over the gates, and Batman interrogates him. This one I think is fun. It's pretty serviceable. Not one of the greatest boss fights ever, but definitely a nice intro to the Batman combat. Croc is kind of another tutorial boss fight, but a much funner one than Victor Zsasz. Yeah, I'll put classic Croc onto fun. Unfortunately, he was followed up by one of the greater villains. Ah, here he is. Slade. Yep, let's do it. The second boss fight, Deathstroke the Terminator, aka Slade Wilson. Slade, shocker, going on to S tier. Yeah, I will have to put him above you, Ivy. Yep, we're talking about it. One of the other iconic boss fights from the Arkham series, Batman versus Slade. Slade is one of the assassins trying to terminate the Batman. While Batman is going around gaining questions, trying to solve a mystery going on, he infiltrates the Penguin's boat, The Final Offer, only to be ambushed by Slade. Yeah, Batman fights Slade. Sorry, I just need a little water. Okay. Yep, Batman fights Slade, Deathstroke the Terminator, in one of the most difficult boss fights ever. Slade jumps Batman and drags the Dark Knight down to Penguin's makeshift Coliseum area. It appears the game is over before it's even finished. I'm not here to play games, Slade. Yeah, it is epic. Roger Craig Smith absolutely owns the Batman voice in this game. I think he did a great job, and the cutscenes really solidified that. Slade is played by Mark Ralston, who, believe it or not, played Firefly from the Batman the Animated Series and the DCAU. He plays Slade and honestly does a decent job. I personally would have preferred they got Ron Perlman back as the role, but whatever, Slade is fine in this. Slade has a very savage fight with Batman. It's not quite to the same level as Mr. Freeze, but Slade basically is a ninja, has a lot more harsher combat, and he can take a lot of fighting against Batman. Slade has very high stamina, and you have to, like, chip away at his health bit by bit. Slade, like, strikes at you. He never ceases, is always ready to counter Batman, and you have to react fast. Like, your gaming skills have to be very good. This was definitely made for veteran Arkham gamers, because Slade is one of the most difficult fights in this entire game. Slade is very fast, very quick-witted, very sharp, and never gives up, and he can take a lot of damage. Batman, like, beats him up one by one. Every hit only takes away, like, 1% health. You have to basically make him dizzy, like hurt him, knock him out barely, then beat him down kind of like Ra's al Ghul. They use a lot of the Ra's al Ghul fighting. He like jumps you, has the bat claw, the line launcher thing. He can stick like objects to you to hit you and confuse you. Yeah, I really love this fight. Fast paced and fun, like Ra's fight in Arkham City. Yeah. Tails looking upset. So no Bloodsport. Sadly no Akira. He was not popular when this game came out. Deathstroke before the boss fight holds a sword, and Deathstroke at the beginning of the boss fight puts his back. Yeah, Slade is also a multi-phase fight. He fights you with a bow staff. Batman fights it, then you break the bow staff, then he gets his katana sword out. Batman has to fight Slade with a sword. Then you break the sword. He uses the line launcher in the game. Unless you're really slow. If you're fast enough to beat him down and chip away his health, he never gets fast enough to pull it out. But yeah, Batman fights him. There's an achievement if you can beat Slade without taking any damage. It's called, like, one eye open. Because Slade only has one eye. He, like, lost his eye. He wears an eye patch. Yeah, I did kind of wish they got Ron Perlman to voice him, because Ron Perlman is awesome, but Mark Ralston does a decent job. You fight Slade, eventually you chip away his health, and Slade doesn't even lose all his health. His defeat is kind of a surprise. What are you? Batman, like, throws his sword back at him, nearly hitting him, but just knocks him out. Yeah, Slade is beaten up, and Slade makes, like, 2 more cameos throughout the game. He does have an official DLC, and honestly, it's nothing real special. Slade kind of plays exactly like Robin does, but he actually kills people instead of KOs them. Like, maybe Ron Perlman looks cool to play Slade, but I think they wanted to find an actor to fit Slade. Yeah, Ralston does a fine job. I wasn't really bummed out that they didn't get Perlman, but I thought they could have done a little better. But yeah, there is an achievement for not taking a single hit from Slade. It's like called One Eye Open. I did win this achievement finally, but this is one of the most challenging and fast-paced boss fights ever, and I think it holds up wonderfully well. Slade belongs up there next to Mr. Freeze in terms of iconic S-tier boss fights. He is second place in best of the best. Alright, so, how can we forget? There was also the Electrocutioner. I'm gonna kill you, then jumpstart your heart and kill you again. The Electrocutioner, yeah, you all know, he goes on to S tier. This is the best boss fight ever. Electrocutioner is so badass with those electro gauntlets and Steve Bloom's WWE voice performance. How can you not like the Electrocutioner? The Electrocutioner is the hardest boss fight ever. It took me years to defeat the Electrocutioner boss fight, master the combat against his badass electricity skills, and his boss fight is the stuff made of epic gamer thoughts. Yeah, y'all know. Just think of me as a bat zapper. Yeah, this guy, best boss fight of all time. Okay, in reality, I'm gonna put him onto low S tier because it's a joke boss. Yeah, if you actually played Arkham Origins, the Electrocutioner is actually a really funny joke boss fight. Yeah, I know I'm risking my gamer cred putting him on S tier, but it's funny. It is funny. The Electrocutioner gets all this hype, all this build-up, acts like a wrestler from WWE, acts like he's ultra badass. Are you ready? Gets all this hype and people praising him, and Batman hits him in one hit. Yeah, Batman just kicks him in the face, and he goes down. Like, who's the Electrocutioner? Electrocutioner is usually an enemy of Green Lantern and the Justice League. He's a mercenary with electro gauntlets, and that's it. He's supposed to be like the DC's Shocker, but even hardcore DC fans did not know this guy was a legit character. Yeah, Electrocutioner is important for one reason. Batman takes his electro gauntlets halfway into the game. He introduces a new gadget Batman uses to defeat the final boss. That is all the Electrocutioner contributes and why he's here, but I love the joke boss fight. It's still gone on to S tier. Don't worry, he's low on S tier because he's not really a boss fight, but it's funny. That slow-mo kick in the face was definitely funny. Yeah, Batman just kicks him in the face in slow-mo, and that's it. So I catch up on comments. Deathstroke mentioned what happened in Origins and Arkham Knight, so it is confirmed canon. Yeah, all the Arkham games are confirmed canon. Unfortunately, the continuity would get a little blurry by the time we got to Knight, and especially Shadow, but these games are fun. They try hard on these stories. I do respect them. They did give us good stories, so I can't complain about the lousy continuity. Thankfully, the Arkhamverse didn't turn out like the continuity of the X-Men movies or the Bayverse Transformers. If they did, that means we could have Teen Titans reference in the Arkham games, but it didn't happen. Sadly, it did not. Yeah, that slow-mo kick was funny. Yeah, it's funny. That's my only defense for this. It is funny. The Electrocutioner boss fight is the best of the best because it is the funniest moment in the Arkhamverse. Alright, next let's do... here's Brendan from the GCPD. So technically you fight Brendan 2 times. I love the GCPD invasion, but Brendan is not a really strong boss. He's also going on fun. Okay, so technically you fight Brendan twice. This is Brendan, the corrupt captain of the SWAT team. He's in Batman Year 1, and surprisingly debuts in the Arkhamverse. In Arkham Origins, the police are completely corrupt, and Brendan kind of takes over Loeb's shoes as the head of the corrupt cops. Brendan wants to kill the Batman and get that award for himself, blatantly going against Commissioner Gordon's orders, being underhanded, and trying to literally kill the Dark Knight. You technically fight Brendan twice. You invade the GCPD and take out all his SWAT guards. I love the level at the GCPD. Batman has to hack into the GCPD's mainframe computer in order to get information to help him crack the case. And Batman beats up and fights a ton of corrupt cops. It is fun and ultra satisfying, especially if you saw Batman Year One or Batman Begins. You actually get to beat up all the corrupt police officers. Brendan confronts Batman when he's trying to get away. You're like in the elevator, but bump into Commissioner Gordon. Gordon is trying to rationalize and explain things to the Dark Knight. My people don't leave people in the hospital. My people obeys the law. If that were true, then I wouldn't be here. Brendan tries to snipe Batman, leading to a fight scene, and Batman uses smoke pellets to blind the SWAT team, where you get to beat up Brendan and a few goons. However, this would not be the end of him, because Brendan eventually comes back in the Firefly mission. Batman and the GCPD are trying to defuse Firefly's pyro bombs around the Pioneer Bridge, and Brendan gets another hilarious fight with Batman. Batman saves Brendan's life. He was tied up and held hostage. Then he still tries to fight Batman. You've been after the bounty on my head all night. I know, but I still got a score to settle with you. And Batman like KOs him in one hit. Kind of like the Electrocutioner, but also funny and satisfying. Yeah, Brendan gets beat up, and don't worry, they confirmed he did get fired, and he was demoted to a guard working at Blackgate Prison. But yeah, I do like the GCPD characters because it is pretty fun invading the corrupt precinct and beating this guy up. Yeah, I'll put him on to fun. It was very satisfying, and he also gets his Electrocutioner slow-mo punch moment. Yeah, we'll put him on to fun. Speaking of which, now let's get to Copperhead. Yeah, Copperhead. She is going on to so good. Yeah, I'll put her under Killer Croc. Master Bruce, I don't think it's necessary to use brute force on these officers. They're as crooked as they come. Yeah, Bruce is kind of right there. Okay, now let's talk about an official boss fight, Copperhead. Copperhead is one of the 8 assassins after Batman. When Batman is trying to find Roman Sionis, it turns out Roman had his entire identity and organization stolen and hijacked by the Joker. The Joker dumps Roman in his steel mill as a prisoner, and Copperhead ambushes Batman as he's trying to question the former mob boss. Copperhead is a creepy snake woman. She's kind of like a splicer in the Arkhamverse. She's half snake. Copperhead got a gender-bent redesign. Copperhead's usually a guy in like a snake suit, but kind of a dumb villain. He's like a laughably evil, pathetic villain that the Justice League usually beat up. Yeah, Copperhead got reforged into a sexy snake woman assassin, and yeah, I do like her redesign. Yeah, she is hot, she's cool, she's suave, she's mysterious, and Rosa Salazar, who plays Alita 1 Battle Angel, plays her really well, too. Copperhead operates as a poison assassin. If she strikes you with her poison-dipped fangs or bites you, you die of cobra poisoning. Batman gets stabbed by her and undergoes the nightmare sequence of this Arkham game. Batman is seeing his life flash before his eyes and seeing all his repressed feelings come out and his worst nightmares that he failed as a hero. Alfred is calling him out, saying he's no hero. He sees Commissioner Loeb and the dead bank accountant call him out that he's no hero because he failed to save them. He goes through kind of like a Scarecrow sequence here as his life flashes before him. But eventually, Alfred makes a cure for the poison and sends it to Batman, but Copperhead tries to stop him, and you fight an entire clone army of Copperheads, and this is a pretty cool and creepy cinematic sequence. You're not gonna like what comes next. Copperhead steps out of the shadows and clones herself, where you fight an army of goons, and Copperhead has like a unique fighting style, making her above the generic minions to beat up. A very intense fight, especially while being poisoned, making you hallucinate throughout the fight, dealing with her and a bunch of illusions. Yeah, this is a trippy boss fight. There's a lot of drug-induced hallucinating, and Copperhead has a lot of shadow clones. You can kill these clones one by one, but have to find the real her in the group of clones attacking you. It is a pretty fun boss fight. Electrocutioner's lightning gloves are blue lightning, which is 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. So when Batman uses them, they should be defeated faster. Yeah, the electro gloves are fun. Yeah. Like, is this a female or male Copperhead? This is female Copperhead. They completely reinvent her for the Arkhamverse. Yeah, there is no girl Copperhead in the comics. Copperhead's usually a dude. He's usually a guy. He was in Justice League. He's oftentimes the funny villain. He always gets comedically beat up or outwitted. I do like him for that reason, but Copperhead in this, the girl version, is much creepier, much more competent, and very deadly. Copperhead is like a master escape artist. She can escape anything. Well, you won't be getting out of what the? He gets jumped and killed by Copperhead's stretching powers. Copperhead is also a contortionist, so she can slither around, escape anything, and take a lot of damage from Batman. Kind of like Ragdoll from The Batman. Like, is she part snake? Yeah, it's implied she's a metahuman or a splicer. She has, like, snake eyes and a grotesque snake tongue. Yeah, you see it come out as she taunts you with it. Like, they do have female Copperhead now in the comics, and yeah, I checked. Yeah, thanks to this game, they made this female Copperhead kind of the definitive Copperhead because she was so good. Yeah, I like this boss fight, and I do like this character. She is pretty underrated. I'll put her on good. Not one of the best boss fights, but definitely a fun one and a very creative one. She is so good. Speaking of which, we finally get to the main man, the big guy, Bane. Yeah, we have Bane in all his boss fights, yep, all 3 phases. First, Batman goes to the Royal Hotel and fights Bane in the first phase. Bane is so awesome in this game. JB Blank is my definitive Mass Luchador voice. Bane senses Batman in the elevator and literally breaks him down, drags him down, beats him up, where, after a few funny sequences with the Joker, Bane finally comes in after 1 minute and has a fight with Batman, and yeah, it's gone on to S tier. Yeah, I'll put the first phase under Ra's al Ghul's fight. Yeah, you fight Bane first in his Dark Knight Rises outfit. Bane is like dressed in this leather coat. He has a fist fight with Batman. He is pretty tough. Bane is like built like a jacked wrestler. Has a fight with Batman. He is a multi-phase boss fight. Batman fights Bane, beats him up the first time, then the coat comes off, revealing his Venom device. Bane has the Venom machine strapped to his back and juices him up, where you fight him in the first phase boss fight. This one is a little easy. The next phase is where it gets harder. Then, after you beat him up in his first Venom fight, he throws Bruce out the window, then jumps him in this fight. Bane is now charging at you, fully juiced up, and yeah, he's gone much higher. Like, she's like splicers. Yeah, that's what I was going for. I think she might be either a metahuman or a splicer. Like a fight on the elevator, like wouldn't the cable snap? No, he drags Bruce out of the elevator first, then throws him into the Joker's office. Joker taunts him, has a funny cutscene. Then Bane comes in after he gave Joker 1 minute to talk to his target. Then tosses him out into the library, fights him. Then he throws Bruce out the window and has a much more savage boss fight than his Asylum fight. They took everything that was fun about Bane's Asylum boss fight and upgraded it up to 1,000. Bane is charging, you have to dodge him, beat him up, try to get a few hits in. You can't take him down with like a combo attack. If like you build up to your attacks like 5 or 8, you could do a super move on him. But Bane takes a lot of damage in this fight, and the fight on the rooftop, it is epic. I love it. Very fast paced, very intense, and ultra challenging. But Joker also sends in minions to help wear Batman down, and yeah, you'd have to take out a few of these minions, get a few hits on Bane. Batman refuses help from the GCPD, but once you get Bane down to low health, you finally unlock the next cutscene. Now this is Bane, intelligent, strong, tactical, and all his fights and origins are absolutely epic. Yeah, they are masterful. This phase of the Bane boss fight, much harder than the first one, because the first one is a simple intro to him before things get serious, and boy howdy are they great. This is one of the best interpretations of Bane ever, and a big reason why that is because his boss fights are epic. Bane did keep his word that the Joker had 1 minute, as he did come back 1 minute later. Yeah, that was funny. I think Arkham Origins is underrated. It had a lot of high points, and Bane's boss fight is easily one of the top reasons why. So unfortunately, Bane does get away, but he does have a boss fight later. We'll get to this one soon enough, but we'll go in order. Yeah, Bane gets stalled by Batman. He's not bested yet, but he takes a lot of damage. Bruce gets backup from the police. The GCPD shows up because Alfred finally contacted them. Bane gets away, tries to kill the Joker, but it's clear Bane's not done yet. Batman throws a tracer on him, where it means you'll fight him later. But the first two Bane boss fights, yeah, they're S tier. Unfortunately, Batman finds out that Bane knows who he is. He destroys the Batcave, but Batman is stalled by another boss fight with Firefly. Yeah, let's get him out of the way. Garfield Lynn's also going on to S tier. I love this boss fight. Firefly takes over Gotham City Pioneer Bridge and is holding a dozen hostages, forcing Batman to show up or he'll kill them and blow this bridge to the bottom of the river. Firefly has a very fun level. This is very intense. Batman can't go after Bane yet. He has to stop Firefly, otherwise the pyromaniac will kill people, and love this boss fight. After you defuse all his bombs, you eventually confront Firefly yourself, leading to a very epic boss fight. I love this, the action, the visuals, the gameplay, and the music especially. Firefly's theme is very intense, and it is so dramatic. I love this boss fight. Batman like flying around, grappling Firefly, going through multi-phases, running from him and his flamethrower, Batman like grappling him down, and Crispin Freeman's voice acting is pretty fun too. Yuck! Gross! What is this? Bat spit? Yeah, Kid Me thought he said something else. Another epic boss fight, yeah. Yeah, who doesn't love his 3 lines? I love that they gave Anarchy a dozen monologues, but Firefly, a villain in the main campaign, says the 3 simple lines. Yuck! Gross! What is this? Bat spit? Yeah, how do you defeat Firefly? You throw the glue grenade at him, and I do love the glue grenade. It is a fun gadget. I liked it more than the freeze blast, honestly. Love the gross glue, like basically a blob forms over people you throw at it. Yeah, you throw the glue grenade at him, grapple him down, beat him up, throw batarangs at him in quick fire attacks, knock him out, and have a lot of fights with him in the air. You have to like grapple onto Firefly, he flies around, and you get to beat him up, counter his attacks, and Batman takes him down through a lot of beatdowns and a lot of glue. Firefly, his design feels almost like the MCU Vulture almost inspired the MCU Vulture. It does kind of look like that. Batman said, "You just ran out of time," which is how Bane put 2 and 2 together. Do you consider Telltale Batman the Joker DLC canon? What do you mean by that, Tails? Telltale Batman and the Joker DLC? The Joker DLC from Asylum, if that's what you're talking about, I do not consider that canon because it's basically a bunch of challenge rooms and shows you how Joker escaped Arkham. I don't think that's canon. The Telltale Batman, not sure what you're mentioning. If you mean that Telltale Batman and Arkhamverse Batman share the same universe, no, I do not believe that because a lot of different events happen there. Though JB Blank as Bane was definitely a highlight seeing him again in Telltale. Okay, that is confusing. You need a new hobby. The one thing I don't like is that we never get a face reveal of what Firefly looks like. When you beat up Firefly, you break open one of his insect eyes on the helmet, and you do see he has like a burnt eye. He looks like Darth Vader under there, but it's very brief, and you don't see his entire face. But yeah, Batman beats up Firefly and leaves him suspended on the bridge, and it's here where Commissioner Gordon and Batman realize that they could be allies, they could work stronger together as a team, and Gordon starts to realize Batman might have good in him after all. Also, why glue grenade instead of the explosive gel? You do have the explosive gel, but the glue grenade is supposed to be like freezing him. It slows him down, incapacitates him. Explosive gel can potentially kill people. And it's before Batman fought Mr. Freeze, so you don't have the ice grenades instead. Like it is funny. Hey cat, what I miss? Oh, Chris, you made it just in time for the Firefly boss fight. I'm wrapping it up right now, but I think this is an epic boss fight. It is one of the funnest moments of the game. I do kind of like it more than Bane, mostly because it's very fun and very fast-paced. But that's just me. I will put him onto best of the best. But it's not over yet. Now we get Bane's final boss fight, and this one does have his TN1 final form. Yeah, this one also going on best of the best. Yeah, I will put it above the Slade one because it is a very badass finale. Yeah, sorry Slade fans, but Bane's TN1 form boss fight / the prison boss fight, it is also another good one. Yeah, Bane is technically the real final boss of Arkham Origins. I know the Joker is also on here, but yeah, Bane's boss fight is pretty much the greatest physical challenge Batman has ever faced. Batman returns to Blackgate Prison. It's being invaded again because Harley Quinn was stupid and let the Joker out. Joker has taken over Blackgate, and Bane is here, ready to fight Batman for the final time. Joker has him hooked up to like a saw trap, where Batman has to either kill Bane or let the Joker die. One of us is going to die. Yeah, Bane fights Bruce for the final time in a Blackgate makeshift coliseum, and yeah, it is once again cool. It's a repeat of the hotel boss fight, but this one comes with a second phase. You leave me no choice, Mr. Wayne. Batman supposedly kills Bane, but no, he only shut off his heart. Bane can still be saved, have his heart revived. Joker falls for it, runs away, believing that he won, but Bane gets saved, gets revived, and tries to kill the Batman in one more attempt with a prototype of Titan. Yeah, technically it's TN1, but it's very clear to Arkhamverse fans, this is Titan. It's a prototype of Titan. Bane shoots himself up with this Hulk serum, turning him into the Bane we all know and fear, a giant hulking Resident Evil monster version of Bane. Bane completely loses his mind and tries to fight Batman, and this one is an ultimate high blood pressure stealth battle. It is very scary, very intense, and Bane can endure a lot, and if he spots you, you better run. Like, that is confusing. Yeah, it kind of is, Akira. The continuity does get confusing in the later games. There is a fire where you put blue fire and white fire together, which can be as hot as 9,010 degrees Fahrenheit. Firefly should do that with his flamethrower. He should, but I guess he doesn't know that yet. I love the boss fights in the Arkhamverse. Yeah, especially Arkham City and Origins have a lot of top-tier boss fights. TN1 Bane is just as terrifying as the Killer Croc part in Asylum. Very tense, and you have to be fast and smart to stop this juggernaut. Yeah, this is easily one of the most challenging boss fights one of the most challenging boss fights in the game. Bane is out of control and you're in like the death row cell block. There's a ton of electrified cages around. You have to sneak up on Bane in order to land hits and take him out. And Bane can endure a lot. You can hide in the grates, hide in the vents, and sneak up behind him. Ultimately, I would suggest jumping him and guiding him into the electrified fences to get his health down. Yeah, to get him beaten faster, you can knock him into an electric fence, then beat him up. That takes away large portions of his health. That's the ultimate attack you use against him. Eventually, Batman does defeat Bane. You electrocute him basically to unconsciousness, and because the plot demands it, Bane suffers amnesia from his mutation and forgot that Batman is Bruce Wayne. Yeah, Bane loses everything, loses his mind, loses his memory, loses his peak mental perfection. Bane is not smart anymore. Now he's the dumb brute we all know and hate. Yeah, Bane loses, and it is a very satisfying win. I love this boss fight. All the phases of Bane boss fight, they are all S tier. This is easily the best version of Bane, and easily one of the S tier bosses of the series. All the Bane boss fights up in S tier. I'm gonna leave early since I'm going to church. So what's the next tier list for next week? It is gonna be Monster Musume, Akira. I do have some other stuff, but Monster Musume is definitely one I plan to target. Bane acts a lot like the Berserkers from Gears of War in his boss fight. Yeah, but it's pretty fun because Batman's dealing with it. since it be a blush moment like me music video, yeah, we're gonna do Monster Musume soon, Akira. Probably not tomorrow, but later next week. Okay, so, yeah, unsurprisingly, even TN1 Bane is up here on S tier. All the Bane boss fights from Origins are his best. But there's one more. At the end of the main campaign, you fight the Joker. Like, Batman confronts the Joker in the chapel and reveals that Bane is still alive. Now that's not funny, where Batman delivers the most satisfying beatdown ever on the Joker, and yeah, I'm also gonna put this on best of the best. I'll put it above Electrocutioner. So, after 3 games, Batman finally has a one-on-one fight with the Joker, the real Joker. Joker does his evil monologuing, telling him that we're the same, we're both created because of them, you need to shut up. And Batman delivers the most savage, vicious beatdown on the Joker ever, and it is so fun. It is so satisfying. I know it's not much of a challenge because by this point the Joker's not super strong yet, but man, is it so satisfying. Yeah, Batman finally beats the hell out of the Joker, and you beat him up 3 times and get these slow-mo cutscenes of the Joker getting savagely beaten. Joker's trying to deconstruct and tear apart Batman for his beliefs, telling him that you're a villain just like me, but Batman, having none of it by this point, unleashes all the rage. Despite being a quick time event, each blow and fist was epic, especially the slow-mo punches. Yeah, I know it's kind of cheating because he's not really a boss fight, but it is a great part of the game and a satisfying finale. Batman finally beats up and shuts up the Joker for good. We see hallucination Batman one more time. I do like the Nightmare Batman design. Unfortunately, Nightmare Batman would not be back until Arkham Shadow, but that comes later. But yeah, Joker is finally beaten up, and the world of Gotham realizes that Batman is a hero. Gordon apologizes and says, I should have trusted you, and Gordon and Batman kind of become best friends from this point on. Maybe I can give them something to believe in. Maybe he can give them something to believe in. And Batman flies Dark Knight style. Yeah, it is a epic final showdown. Yeah, it's a quick time event boss fight, but a very satisfying and fun one, especially for Batman and Arkhamverse fans. It is going on the best. Why couldn't Nightmare Batman be a skin in the game? Lol. I agree. The Nightmare Batman looks super cool. There's like a gargoyle version of the Dark Knight. Unfortunately, you couldn't get it as a DLC. You only win artist pictures and concept art of it. Off topic, love me some Monster Musume, deserves a season 2, and a season 2 for the Monster Girl Doctor. I don't know if that's supposed to be in the same universe as Monster Musume, but still love the anime. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the other Monster Girl show. Yeah, Monster Girl should have been around longer. Okay, we do have some side missions on here. Arkham Origins, exactly like City, had a lot of fun side missions, and some of the villains of Batman do show up in these missions. Let's knock off the worst one, Bird. Bird is going on to lame. This is Bird. Who's Bird? He's Bane's right-hand man, and apparently has been off-screen, controlling Bane's forces and doing some crimes in Gotham City. Batman tracks down Bane's second-in-command, Bird, and this is easily one of the most lackluster, unimpressive side missions of Arkham Origins. Bird has his gangsters going around trying to take over the city. You beat them, question them, find clues like a bird cage, and some DNA samples, and Bird is in the My Alibi nightclub trying to take over. I'm glad Batman learned to work with allies at the end of Arkham Origins. Too bad Arkham Knight came along and kind of ruined that. Yeah, so do you guys remember Bird? Bird is basically a generic goon fight. Bird is in the My Alibi nightclub. They're like taking it over from Don Falcone, and Batman tracks him down. You fight like an entire army of thugs like 2 times. You fight an army the first time, question a thug. Then you fight a second army of thugs the second time, question a thug. Find out that Bird is in this nightclub, and basically, it's just a goon fight. It is just a goon fight. Batman fights Bird, a few of Bane's henchmen. 2 of them also have Venom on them. They're kind of like mini Banes, but it's really nothing. Like, it's just a bonus combat mission. Bird doesn't really do anything unique. He's basically flexing Bane's power and taking over Gotham City for his boss. And beating him and interrogating him really does nothing but gives you a gadget upgrade. That's really it. Yeah, Bird is pretty lame, though I was kind of surprised he reappeared in Arkham Shadow. This guy, just a generic goon fight. That is really it. Bird has higher health than the average goon, but you can still beat him up rather easily. He's gone on to lame. Alright, I gotta use the restroom again, but since we're on Arkham Origins, tell me which side mission you guys want to talk about next. Cast your vote on which Arkham boss fight or side quest boss we should do next. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's talk about the better Deadshot fight. Agree, Shadowlink. Okay. Well, he lives up to his name because his boss fight is a real middle finger to the player. Nice one, Chris. Alright, let's talk about Deadshot, the good Deadshot boss fight. Deadshot is one of the 8 assassins, and oddly not in the main campaign. He is a side mission. Deadshot holds a hostage at Gotham Bank, where you have to have a stealth fight against the world's greatest marksman. And Deadshot's fight is going on to so good. Yeah, I'll put him under Croc, but above Copperhead. Yeah, so Floyd Lawton is back and actually has a much superior boss fight in this game than in Arkham City. Deadshot has kind of another stealth fight. It's modeled off of Two-Face / Harley Quinn stealth fight. He has a bunch of goons and it's a Predator fight. You have to sneak around, take out his goons. Some of the goons respawn, but Deadshot takes a few hits, takes a few damage, but he's a lot more threatening here because Deadshot is a sniper enemy. His laser eye can look around the entire room. He can actually ricochet his shots real easily, making him a lot more challenging. And Deadshot also wears his iconic comic outfit in this game. Yeah, he actually wears a winter suit, and it looks like how he looked in the classic comics. Yeah, agree, Shuttling. It is a good boss fight. Yeah, it's fun. I do like it. It's similar to Harley Quinn's Revenge boss fight and the Two-Face boss fight in Arkham City, but a lot more fun. It is challenging because if he sees you, you are dead. Deadshot can kill in one shot, exactly like in Arkham City, but this time has a lot more goons, and you fight him in a Predator challenge room. You have to sneak around, take down goons. Deadshot takes a lot of hits, and no, you cannot beat him up easily. He is immune to beatdowns. You have to sneak up behind him, maybe do a knockout smash if you're willing to risk it, but He takes a lot of damage, eventually he takes a hostage, and you have to sneak past a ton of bodyguards who patrol the area to sneak up on Deadshot and basically take him out. Batman actually breaks both his arms and knocks him out. And yeah, it is fun. Hey idiot, get off your ass! Love Chris Cox's performance in this. Chris Cox got a lot more lines in this game than he did in Arkham City. This is the better Deadshot and not the going from cool tone to warm tone Deadshot courtesy of Demigod. And well, he sums up what I think of Black Deadshot in a nutshell. When will this list end? It feels like it's been on for over 2 hours. Sorry, but we still got a few more characters. Okay, so wrap up Deadshot's boss fight. It is fun. I'm putting it on to so good. Much better than his Arkham City fight for sure, and much funner than the Two-Face boss fight. It is both challenging, but also very satisfying when you do beat him. Alright, almost done with the Arkham Origins characters. Lady Shiva. Lady Shiva is going on to fine. Yeah, this is Shiva in the main campaign boss fight. Her fight is challenging, but not by much. While Deadshot gets the stealth fight, Shiva gets the combat fight. After doing some trials, Batman tracks Lady Shiva down, and Shiva is actually an agent working for Ra's al Ghul. She's secretly testing Batman, seeing how good he is as a detective, and eventually a combatant. Lady Shiva is one of the most badass martial artists of the DC universe, and it's building up towards a big epic combat fight with her. Lady Shiva's in Wonder Tower, not in the tower sadly, but in the lobby of the tower, where she wants to put Batman's skills to the test. Meh, it's just fine. Yeah, it is a fine. Basically, it's another beatdown fight, kind of like Bird, except Shiva has the ninjas and martial artists as her henchmen, adding a little challenge to it, but it's really nothing. You just gotta beat up Shiva a few times, take out her goons. She has the ninja girls and the martial artist guys who have their own fighting techniques. Shiva cannot be beaten down or stunned. You have to actually fist fight her, but it's really nothing. Honestly, got this achievement relatively easily. You also get an achievement if you suffer no hits from Shiva or her goons. It's called Flawless Display. I want it much easier than the Slade one. But yeah, it's basically another fist fight. It's going on to fine. Shiva has a fine fight, but kind of lackluster, especially because she's supposed to be one of the greatest fighters of DC. Yeah, going on to fine. Speaking of which, we'll also do the initiation boss fight, which is a little better. I'll put her initiation fight onto fun, but very low. Yeah, Lady Shiva is the final boss of the initiation DLC, and this time, it's just Bruce Wayne practicing his ninja skills, fighting Lady Shiva. This was supposed to expand upon Shiva. It would have made more sense if she was the teacher guiding Bruce, but no, it's not. It's this master who doesn't approve of Bruce until he beats up Lady Shiva. It's another beatdown boss fight, but this time she has a lot of endless respawning enemies, adding a little more challenge in the DLC than in her official campaign fight. Too bad they didn't bring her back for Arkham Knight. Yeah, they should have. Shiva mentioned Arkham Asylum in her tapes. Yeah, Shiva is also the one who talked to Quincy Sharp. She convinces him to start funding Arkham Asylum, and eventually will lead to the plot of Arkham City. Yeah, Shiva is Ra's al Ghul's right-hand woman until Talia got promoted to that. Yeah, so Shiva's boss fight is slightly improved in the DLC, but is still kind of on the okay side. I'll put her initiation fight on fun, but her official campaign one, that one's meh. Alright, next is Anarchy. I love Anarchy, but Anarchy is also going on to fun. Yeah, I do like him a little more than Hammer and Sickle. Put him under Bane. Yep, oppressed citizens of Gotham, your woes are over. I am Anarchy, liberator of your city. Anarchy is set up as this kind of wannabe V for Vendetta character. Anarchy is a deranged, unstable activist who is planning to bomb parts of Gotham City to take down their oppressors. Anarchy wants to fight back against the corrupt government system of Gotham City, only to become an extremist, psychotic villain along the way. Arsonist, huh? Yeah, Anarchy is pretty much an insane protester. You do feel sorry for him because he does want to bring good, but unfortunately, he very much turned into the villain. Anarchy planted 3 bombs in Gotham City and challenges Batman to save them or let them go off. Batman, of course, defuses all 3 of these bombs and confronts Anarchy in the abandoned courthouse. Yeah, and kind of weird retconning. The courthouse from Arkham City was always abandoned, and Anarchy and his homeless protesters are living there, where Anarchy fights the Dark Knight. And yeah, it's an okay boss fight. They give Anarchy a stun stick because he had like a stun staff in the comics, and that was like his primary weapon. I do like fighting Anarchy here, but it's another kind of beat 'em up fight. Anarchy just lasts longer than the average thugs. Yeah, Anarchy is pretty fun. He gets a very long monologue at the end, but that's really it. It's another combat fist fight, and nothing too extreme or very out there with the other boss fights, but his is very mildly entertaining. A pretty solid character, though. He'll go on to fun. Speaking of fun, Mad Hatter. Yes, Mad Hatter's Alice in Wonderland side mission. This one is going on to so good. Yeah, put him under Copperhead. Now, put him next to Scarecrow. I mean, this is a better version than what they did for the CW Anarchy, or was it Gotham? Yeah, it was CW Anarchy. They did not do a good job at Anarchy. Anarchy's real name is Lonnie Meshin. Aaron Cash mentioned him in the evidence room in Arkham Knight. Yeah, apparently Anarchy went to federal prison. He was that dangerous. I think they wanted to hint that Amanda Waller was going to recruit him for the Suicide Squad. Okay, next is the Mad Hatter. Mad Hatter takes a little girl named Alice hostage, forcing Batman to save her. However, Batman falls into his mad trap, where Batman is teleported to Tim Burton's Wonderland. Yeah, Jervis tries to hypnotize Batman into being his slave again. He wants Batman to be his bodyguard and protect him and his loving wife, Alice. Alice is a vaguely mysterious age in this. He abducted this girl who looks like Alice from the Wonderland story and is forcing her to be his. However, Batman gets drugged and tricked and mesmerized, where he enters Tim Burton's Wonderland. Yeah, he's in, like, Wonderland, and it is a cool level. It's exactly like the Scarecrow nightmare sequences. Batman enters this trippy area, but it looks like Wonderland. You fight a lot of mind screws, a lot of goons, go through a lot of places, utilize all your gadgets at your arsenal, and Batman eventually breaks free, fighting Jervis, where you do take him out with the reverse Batarang trick, exactly like Victor Zsasz and Ra's al Ghul. How do they not see this coming by this point? I guess because Jervis fought him in the prequel story, it was much better written. But yeah, I love this level. I love this side mission. I always do it as soon as I unlock it because the Mad Hatter Wonderland mission is a blast. It's exactly as fun as the Scarecrow sequences. It is trippy, surreal, very well designed, and satisfying to beat up Jervis because it's implied he raped this girl. Yeah, it ends on kind of a bittersweet ending. After Batman KOs Jervis, you capture him, save the girl, but the girl is very clearly scarred for life. It's okay. The police are on their way. Everything's gonna be alright. No, it's not. Yeah, the girl is clearly scarred for life. They don't say it, but it's implied Jervis did some naughty things with Alice. Okay, we're off to a good start. If by good start you mean pulling a Slappy the dummy, then well, this is completely fucked up situation. Yeah. Okay, so love the Mad Hatter segment of Arkham Origins. It is so good. Alright, finally, our last side mission in the Arkhamverse. Roman Sionis. Yeah, after you save Roman, he tries to get his criminal drug empire reset back up. You destroy all of Black Mask's drug stashes and take out his goons, where you confront him in the church, and he is also fine. Yeah, this is Roman Sionis, ironically not with his iconic mask on. Roman tries to desperately rebuild his empire, regroup with any of his loyal thugs, and Batman defeats his drug empire for good. They're holed up in an abandoned church, and Roman has a final confrontation with Batman. We can do this the easy way, or or the hard way. But I think you know my answer. Yeah, Roman shows up and I got a shotgun. Roman tries to fight Batman and basically it's another goon fight. It's fine, not the worst thing ever, but his goons and henchmen are more so the harder challenge than he is. Roman takes a lot of hits, has slightly higher health than your average henchman, but yeah, Batman beats up Black Mask and Roman is completely out of the game for good. I'm back. There was a blackout. It's okay, V Scorpio. We're almost at the end of Arkham Origins right now. By the way, Kat, I forgot to mention in your Scooby-Doo video yesterday that all of the cases the gang encounter take place in night. Yeah, that makes sense. It is scarier that way. While we're on Black Mask, I forgot to mention his Arkham City DLC. This one is also joining him under Fine. Yeah, I'll put him above Jervis because he actually fights. Yeah, Black Mask is in Arkham City as a DLC. Roman Sionis is in a challenge map, and you fight him on a subway train where you can play as either Batman, Robin, Nightwing, or Catwoman and beat him up. Yeah, that's really it. CPS did it because bad weather, that didn't come. Black Mask is kind of a letdown in most of these fights in the series, though the Origins fight is somewhat better over the Red Hood DLC. Oh yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, Black Mask is a DLC in Arkham City. You fight him, he's a basic fight. He has a lot more health than your basic henchman, but he's the one you take out last. In Arkham Origins, it's basically a goon fight. I do like Brian Bloom's voice acting for him. He has a really cool, suave mafioso voice, but Black Mask pretty much gets cucked by the Joker, desperately tries to save his empire, then Batman tracks him down and finally locks him up for good. Black Mask loses his grasp over Gotham City and is dethroned as the greatest supervillain ever. Yeah, he's just a fine boss fight. Which design do you prefer for Black Mask in the Arkhamverse? I might have to go with Arkham Origins Black Mask because he looks like how he looked in The Batman with the white suit and the creepy black mask. Arkham City Black Mask looked pretty decent, but wasn't really that stand out amongst the Arkham cast. He looked kind of basic for Black Mask. I prefer Origins Black Mask, had a lot more style. Alright, now let's finally end Arkham Origins with Freeze. That's Mr. Freeze to you. Bring me Ferris Boyle. Mr. Freeze, the final boss of Cold Cold Heart, who, you know, I will put low on best of the best. Yeah, I'll put him above the Joker. Yep, Mr. Freeze is in Cold Cold Heart, one of the greatest DLCs of the Arkhamverse. If you don't know, Cold Cold Heart is a remake of Heart of Ice, one of the greatest Batman stories of all time. And Victor honestly has a pretty good boss fight. Now, let's get this out of the way. No, it is not as good as Arkham City. I know Arkham City raised a very high bar, but I still had pretty much huge fun with this. Victor Freeze is the final boss of Cold Cold Heart, appropriately. He is locked in a cryolab. Batman breaches there. Ferris Boyle and Nora are both being held hostage in cryotubes. And Mr. Freeze finally fights Batman for the last time in this story. And it is another stealth boss fight, but a really fun one. Mr. Freeze does not adapt to Batman's tactics yet because it does make sense narratively that Victor is not used to fighting Batman here, and it is pretty challenging. Sorry, catch up on comments. I do think it is pretty challenging. Basically, Batman has to break these 3 cryo generators to slow down Victor's escape. Then Victor gets himself involved. You can take him out once by a silent takedown. You like sneak up behind him, knock him down, but Freeze can take a lot of damage. He has that suit protecting him. Where's the spooky space kook Mr. Freeze design? Yeah, you can knock him out once from behind, but then you have to use ice walls, ice grates, and a lot of the stalagmites, or whatever, the icicles up above him. You throw like heat batarangs. Use a lot of the XC heat suit Batman wears. I do enjoy this boss fight. Just a thought about the word Arkham. Why is it called that if it's in Gotham? Shouldn't it be called Gotham Asylum for the criminally insane? Anime Night, if you don't know, Arkham is named after the founder of the asylum, Amadeus Arkham. Arkham was his actual name. Amadeus Arkham founded Arkham Asylum to help rehabilitate crazy people, help fix broken minds, make them better, and help them readjust to society. Arkham Asylum was named after its deceased founder, Amadeus. Amadeus opened up his mansion and converted it into a mental hospital for frail minds that needed his help. Hanging tight from the ceiling? Yeah, that's pretty fun. I don't think you can do inverted takedowns on Mr. Freeze, because his suit is like that heavy. But yeah, to answer your question, Anime Nights, Arkham Asylum is named after a brilliant doctor who founded the Institute. It's named after Amadeus Arkham, and it's attached to the asylum to carry on his memory and his quest to help cure and rehabilitate criminals. But yeah, Mr. Freeze's boss fight, it is fun. Where are you? Get in here and honor your deal. You cannot stop me, Batman. It is pretty fun. I do replay this DLC all the time, so the Victor boss fight is still a highlight. Not as good as Arkham City, no, but I will still put him onto S tier. It is very entertaining, very challenging, and super fun. It is a fun stealth battle. I would say it's much better than Deadshots because Victor gets a lot more interaction, and you're in a much wider fighting arena. This one going on to S tier. Alright, we did it, folks. We made it to Arkham Knight, which has some of the most infamous boss fights ever. Okay, read that comment. Finally made it. This is how it happened. This is how the Batman died. But not really. We made it to Arkham Knight, the finale of the Arkhamverse. But not really after Arkham Shadows came out and the Kill the Justice League game. Okay, this is the final story of Kevin Conroy's Arkhamverse Batman. Gotham City is invaded by the Scarecrow and the Arkham Militia. A mysterious villain called the Arkham Knight has stepped in and plans to do the impossible, kill the Batman. Arkham Knight and Scarecrow form a villain alliance where Scarecrow gets every villain of Gotham City to work together so they can finally kill the Dark Knight and take over the city, and doing whatever they please. And Arkham Knight has a huge arsenal at his disposal, somehow an entire military force. Yep, Gotham is a literal war zone. You're finally in Gotham City in slightly better weather, and you fight a ton of the Arkham Militia or some of Batman's villains for the final time. And we get the first boss fight, which, appropriately enough, is a vehicle boss fight. Yeah, the star of the Arkham Knight game is easily the Batmobile, and the first boss fight is against the Arkham Knight's drone chopper. This one going on to lame. Yeah, I might put it on to fine because it's a tutorial on the Batman combat. You go to Ace Chemicals to save hostages held by the Scarecrow and the Arkham Knight, and Arkham Knight has a remote control helicopter fight where it's a Batmobile boss fight, and a very lackluster one at that. I do not like the Batmobile segments. Yeah, this is pretty much laying the foundation of what this game is going to be about. All the Batmobile and vehicle combat. You fight basically a remote control helicopter, and it is very easy. You just have to dodge a lot of the shooting it has at you. Kind of unfair at first because he goes ballistic, but yeah, you take down a remote control chopper. The first fight in Arkham Knight is a helicopter. Yeah, it is lame. The Arkham Knight likes beating around the bush, per se. Yeah. Arkham Knight is not really in this chopper. You shoot it down, and it turns out, yeah, that was just a test. Whatever, it is lame. Speaking of which, let's also knock off Slade. Slade is in Arkham Knight, a part of the Arkham Militia, and he goes down in one punch. Yeah, this guy, awful. They ruined one of the best bosses of the entire Arkhamverse. Remember how awesome and kick-ass Slade was in Arkham Origins? Well, forget that. In Arkham Knight, he's a complete joke. Yeah, so Slade takes over the Arkham Militia when the Knight mysteriously disappears, and he has a tank battle. A tank battle against the Batmobile for like the 200th time. Yeah, I got really sick of the Batmobile by this time, and a lot of fans really hate this part. You basically have to take out Slade's entire tank drone's army. It's the much tougher tanks. You sneak up behind them, shoot them all, and Slade, basically you have to do one shot to disable his weapons and have a regular shootout with him. And after you destroy Slade's tank, he jumps out at Batman for a physical fight, only for Batman to one-punch him. Yeah, Batman knocks him out of the sky and KOs his ass. More worse than what they did for Maul and Rebels with old Kenobi for how quick he was killed. Exactly. They nerf Slade hard. I do not like this boss fight. It is ridiculous. They humiliated one of the greatest characters and boss fights of this franchise. Yeah, Slade was so cool in Arkham Origins. Then in Knight, he gets a cameo where he's one-hit KO'd. Lame. Going on to awful. This one might be the worst boss fight, honestly. But speaking of awful, we also have to do the Cloudburst. So Scarecrow and the Arkham Knight successfully unleash the City of Fear. Scarecrow builds a tank with a fear gas nuke on it, the Cloudburst tank, driven by the Arkham Knight. And Batman has to have the ultimate vehicle tank battle with this stupid thing. And it's awful. It is awful. I actually might put it under the Two-Face boss fight. But not as needed as Grievous from Star Wars. Yep. Nerfed, I mean. Yeah, he got nerfed. Just like Grievous. This is the Arkham Knight's Cloudburst tank, and it is one of the most tedious, dull, dragged out fights ever. So, Batman has to stealthily take down the Cloudburst tank and an army of tanks. Yeah, this thing has like 7 mecha tanks guarding it. You have to take out all these stronger tanks, then scan this tank with the Batmobile, all sides of it, to find weak points on it, and you have to shoot 4 weak points, run away each time, and somehow avoid this super duper stalker tank which never lets you go, then have a final shootout with it, and this fight lasts forever. The Cloudburst tank is easily one of the most hated boss fights ever because it is slow, it is tedious, and it is ultra hard too. You have to avoid this thing like the plague and take it out like 4 times before a final time where you can just shoot it up. Then the Arkham Knight is taken out by Batman and oddly not arrested because the plot demanded it. Yeah, Arkham Knight is taken out at the end of this boss fight, but Batman doesn't cuff him or arrest him or take him away in the Batmobile. He leaves him knocked out because he has a hallucination because the script said so. I mean, I know you want to be challenging, but holy hell, this is impossible, especially if it's on hard mode. Absolutely. This is one of the most hated boss fights of all time, and it is not hard to see why. I dread this boss fight every time it comes up. Purposely do a lot of the side missions before I'm forced to carry on the story. Yeah, it's not fun. It is just tedious. It is dull. And even if you master the gameplay and are a pro gamer, it's just boring. It's boring driving around in the Batmobile for minutes on end, slowly trying to chip away at this tank's armor. Awful. It is bad, and unfortunately almost too hard for some people to complete because it is that difficult. Going on to awful. Speaking of which, while we're on the Arkham Knight, let's also talk about the Driller boss fight. Oh yeah, remember this? The Arkham Knight comes back to fight Batman, and he gets a second vehicle boss fight, the Driller. He's driving around in this giant drilling machine from G.I. Joe. I know what you're thinking. Yeah, it should come in black, but I think it'd make you a little jealous. Yeah, the Tunnel boss fight, also going on to awful. It is so choppy on the Wii U version, absolutely. The vehicle boss fights take a ton of graphics. And this is the Driller boss fight. Batman finds the Scarecrow in Arkham Knight's HQ, invades their lair, only for this Driller to come out and be another vehicle boss fight for Batman. But this time, it is annoyingly long and disgustingly easy. So I found this one much easier than the tank battle, but it is so unnecessary, boring, and dragged out. If you're not good at driving the Batmobile, you will struggle at this. Don't mean to brag, but I got somewhat better at it. It's just way too easy for me. Yeah, either it's way too hard or way too easy, if that makes sense. You have to lure the giant driller into a tunnel trap that's full of explosives, and do this 3 times until it destroys his vehicle. Yeah, it's awful because it is almost too easy. Like, not quite electrocution or difficult, but yeah, it is very tedious, very slow, and you have to, like, wait and find this thing. You have to fish the driller out, shoot at it, hope it follows you down these tunnels, and hopefully not die, not be too slow, and not get killed by it, and use dynamite against it to chip away his armor, and Batman doesn't even fully destroy this thing. I'd rather take my chances with the Driller Beast from Dark of the Moon Transformers the game than this. Yeah, it also sucks. And it ends with the most satisfying scene, though. The Arkham Knight corners Batman as he's about to escape, and we get the best death in the series. The Batmobile dies. Yeah, he runs over the Batmobile, but it's okay. Lucius built a spare. And that's the end of the Batmobile until the end of the game, where they demand another vehicle boss fight. Yeah, it sucks. It's almost disgustingly easy if you master the Batmobile, but it's also very tedious, and I want to have an actual fight with the Arkham Knight, and not in these stupid vehicle challenges. Going on awful. But unfortunately, my wish came true. We'll do the Arkham Knight boss fight. So, Batman tries to rescue Commissioner Gordon, manages to evade every henchman and obstacle, but the Arkham Knight is still kicking and reveals the big twist. It was Jason Todd! Which is a shocker for you who don't know anything about this character. Yeah, if you even play the game or pay attention, it is obvious who the twist is, and Jason Todd gets his helmet destroyed, and now, where's the Red Hood? You have the Red Hood boss fight, and it's lame. It is also going on to lame. I'd rather take my chances with the worm from Gears of War 2 than this. Wow, Chris, that is saying something. So, finally, after completing at least 90% of the main campaign, you fight the Arkham Knight and learn the obvious twist. It was Jason Todd who becomes the Red Hood, and his boss fight is a letdown. It was Jason Todd. No shit. Yeah, we all pretty much guessed it. Even if this is your first intro to this character, the game makes it so obvious because Batman flashes back to when Jason Todd died, and yeah, Jason Todd died angry at Batman, and this mysterious character has a hate boner for Batman. Yeah, gee, I wonder who it could have been. So, Red Hood finally fights Batman in the HQ, and it's a stealth battle, and a disgustingly easy one. Basically, The Red Hood cries and cowers and hides in a sniper position, sending out waves of expendable goons to take out Batman. And yeah, this is the more challenging part. You have to beat up a bunch of goons. Some have the camo suits so you can't spot them, but yeah, take on waves of goons, sneak under this guy, hide from his sniper scope. It is also painfully easy. You hide from his sights and grapple under him, and Batman just takes him on, and Jason Todd is a crybaby. Stop talking to me! You abandoned me, Batman! Yeah, he goes full crybaby Kylo Ren on us. He's crying about Batman abandoning him, even though Batman didn't do that, and it is painfully unimpressive. Yeah, you take him down and you defeat him. He's hiding on a sniper position 3 times. Knock him off his high horse, pull him down, and you just beat him up in a cutscene. Yeah, all this build-up, and the Arkham Knight is the lamest boss fight in his entire game. His vehicle mode boss fights are lackluster, and he himself is slightly more impressive in the physical fight, but not by much. It is lame. Yeah, it is terribly lackluster. The Arkham Knight is the lousiest boss fight in his own title. That really says a lot. Alright, gotta use the restroom again, but tell me which boss fight you want to see next. Kind of went out of order for Arkham Knight, but we got a lot to choose from. Tell me what boss you vote for, what side quest, whatever. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. My girl Harley Quinn, to get her out of the way. Okay, so Harley Quinn does have a portion in the main campaign, but it's really kind of a side mission. You go to Batman's makeshift Batcave at the studios, and Harley Quinn is taken over because Harley Quinn wants to bust all the were-jokers out. To make a long story short, there's a bunch of people who were infected by Joker's blood back in Arkham City, and they become were-jokers. Batman has taken them captive and is trying to cure them, but Harley Quinn finds this place and invades, and Harley Quinn is a boss fight here, but pretty much a quick time event takedown. She's going on to lame. Yeah, I'll put her above Jason Todd, that's for sure. Yeah, sorry guys, but Harley Quinn has a really lame boss fight in this, and this kind of emphasized my issue with Harley Quinn. She is not tough enough to pose as a threat towards Batman or the Bat family. Harley Quinn is a quick time event. Harley Quinn holds Robin hostage, and Batman sneaks under a vent and jumps her. Yeah, you don't even fight Harley Quinn, you jump her and knock out her ass very easily, then you fight her goons. Yeah, sorry guys, but Harley Quinn's final boss fight, it is just as lame as her Asylum boss fight. She's beaten in a one-hit KO, like Slade, but much funnier because Harley Quinn thinks she's holding all the cards as she's about to blast Robin, but no, Batman KOs her in one hit. Lame. It is going on to lame. Fortunately, the were-jokers, I do think are much better. So, you tragically don't fight Christina Bell, but you fight wrestler Albert King and Johnny Charisma, and I'll do Albert King first. Albert King I will put onto fun. Yeah, where do I want to put him? I think I'll put him, we'll put him under the Harley Quinn's Revenge mini-boss. Alright, Albert King has the Joker's violent side and wants to fight Batman. He wants the ultimate fist brawl, fisticuffs, challenges Batman. He's in the Old West studio at the movie studio, and you're basically in a fighting arena where Albert King has quadruple the health of his normal thugs. It is a full-blown fistfight wrestling match where Batman and Robin double-team Albert King. What do you think of her DLC from Arkham Knight? I mentioned that on one of my last tier lists. I thought her DLC was fine. Playing as Harley Quinn was fun, but her DLC was painfully short. It didn't give me too much to love. Are you thinking over the idea of doing a tier list of the original Batman the Animated Series villains for Kevin Conroy's birthday as a tribute? Yeah, I am, Anime Night. It's still in memory. We're still a long way away from that, though. Alright, so to wrap up, I do think Albert King is a pretty fun boss fight. It's basically a big combat challenge room, and Albert King takes a lot of damage, where you get a satisfying double team fight of Batman and Robin teaming up, fighting supervillains, and yeah, his is fun, but the one I think is really good is Johnny Charisma. Johnny Charisma sings a song for Batman. Don't be shy, there's room up on stage for two. Johnny Charisma sings a song for Batman as Robin defuses bombs, and this one I'm going to put onto so good. Alright, so I know I'm kind of cheating with this one, but I love that Mark Hamill's Joker sings. Johnny Charisma sings a song while Batman sits and waits, or else he'll use a dead man switch to trigger an explosion that will kill everyone. He has bombs rigged around this game show set and sings a love ballad for Batman. And while this happens, Batman hallucinates that he's the Joker, where we hear Mark Hamill sings "Can't Stop Laughing." Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. Barbara is dead and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else will I do? Now I'm part of you. Major props to Mark Hamill singing this. Yeah, that's pretty much the reason why it's this high. Mark Hamill sings a song, and yeah, you can actually listen to the whole song if you hold off on taking him down. While Batman is distracting the Joker, Robin is going around defusing all the bombs. Robin has to stealthily stay out of his eyesight. They're like on this merry-go-round. It's like going around the room. Robin defuses the bombs, hides behind them, stays out of eyesight, and eventually takes down Johnny Charisma in a stealth battle. And yeah, I do like it. It's so good, especially because of Mark Hamill's performance. Yeah, don't really have much to say. It's a fun side mission, and Mark Hamill singing elevates it to so good. Alright, speaking of which, we still have a few left. Yeah, got a lot of Arkham Knight. Next, we'll knock off, the APC units. Oh, these ones are tedious. I'm gonna put them low on fine. Yeah, so once again, Batmobile boss fight. Batmobile has to track down all these APC armored car units. These are radio broadcasting trucks to take down the Arkham Militia's radio communication. And you do this 9 times. The Batmobile has car chase boss fights with these APC units 9 times. You have to fight them, fight their escorts. They get like armored patrol units, a lot of cars going around, and it's fine. It's fine. It has its fun moments. I do like the Batmobile shooting it up with cars. That's the fun part. But boy, does it get tedious. You're going around chasing cars and blowing up these units one by one. And believe it or not, these cars actually have health. Take me on home to the asylum, never alone in the asylum. Anarchy rules, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Yeah, you missed it, Shadowlink. We wrapped up Johnny Charisma's singing boss fight. It's on so good because of Mark Hamill singing, and the stealth sections aren't half bad. We're on the APC units now, and they're fine. Just kind of tedious. Yeah, I can see if you love the Batmobile, they do have their fun moments. I do like car chases, but boy, does it get tiring that it happens 9 times. It's fine, it's whatever. It's an optional side mission. Yeah, these are tedious for sure. All the Batmobile boss fights were tedious. Speaking of which, Firefly. Firefly comes back in Arkham Knight, trying to burn down fire departments. Sorry. Yeah, Firefly comes back, and also fine. Also another tedious boss fight. I loved Firefly's boss fight so much, and in this game, he's just here. You fight Firefly, chase him down in the Batmobile, and pin him down, beat him up. It's a little funner than the APC challenges, but man, is it a downgrade. You just chase Firefly 3 times, beat him up 3 times, and the final time you finally guide his jetpack to the police precinct. It is a letdown. Yeah, Firefly is one of the best characters in the Arkhamverse, and after how awesome he was in Origins, this is what they did with him. It feels like Firefly was thrown in last minute because they wanted to tie it to Arkham Origins, and Firefly's like butthurt for something that happened years ago. You're gonna pay for leaving me on that bridge 10 years ago. Like, bro, move on. It's been like a decade since that happened. Also, speaking of Firefly, what do you think of her in Gotham? Yeah, that was weird. We have Girl Firefly. I thought she was cool up until they stopped using her. It's too bad Firefly doesn't use fire grenades again in Arkham Knight. He does, but they slow down the Batmobile. It's better than the APC unit fights because you love seeing Firefly again, but also nothing special. Going on to fine. Speaking of which, Two-Face. Yeah, Two-Face shows up in a side quest where he's robbing banks, and Two-Face going low on Divine. Yeah, so you get a repeat of the Two-Face stealth boss battle, but this time as Batman. So it's actually kind of fun doing the Predator challenges. I do have fun doing this, but Two-Face is kind of nerfed here. Two-Face is just walking around with goons, and you can literally accidentally take him out if you have your detective mode on. Yeah, Two-Face is basically a goon going around an area where you use your Predator skills to take down all him and his henchmen. Oh, gotta grab my charger. Hang on one sec. And sadly, this won't be the only boss that was good in Origins. They ruined at Night. You kind of missed it, Shadowlink. We already put Slade down here in awful. Yeah, Arkham Knight Slade, he's #1 garbage. They ruined Slade. He's down here next to the Cloudburst tank, which we also hated. What happens when you let them steal all the money? Honestly, nothing. Like, you just don't get 100% of the ending. We never see Two-Face succeed. They actually do kind of time these. You have to stop Two-Face if you activate the Nightfall Protocol without doing all the side missions. You just don't get the 100% ending. Yeah, you don't 100% get the ending. Don't get the gold ending where Gordon is mayor and we see Ghost Batman, that weird thing. Okay, so Two-Face is basically a generic goon fight. You're fighting in the stealth mode, and honestly, you can take him out by complete accident. I tried to save him for last, but if you have detective mode on, it is painfully easy. I'm gonna put him on to fine. Yep, as they should be. The Dawn, look at how they massacred my boy. Yeah, Two-Face is kind of a letdown. Don't worry, Two-Face will have one more boss fight in the series, but that comes later. Yeah, Two-Face is basically a generic goon fight. Alright, trying to recognize a few of these. Oh, is this the first Arkham goon you fight? Yeah, Batman chases down this guy. He has like his first Arkham Knight fight. This guy is someone Batman takes down in the first Batmobile challenge. We see the Batmobile for the first time, chase down this goon who tries to lure Batman into a trap. He blows up a cop car with a bazooka, and Batman runs him off the road in the first Batmobile challenge. Yeah, also going on to fine, really nothing. Yeah, this is the guy who, like, taunts you from outside the prison cell. Yee, Batman, looks like Scarecrow gave you the slip. You broke my arm for nothing. Yeah, this guy is basically the first vehicle boss fight and establishes the tutorial of how to use the Batmobile. Yeah, he's going on to fine. Nothing really special. Speaking of which, Deacon Blackfire. Deacon is going on to lame. This guy isn't even a boss fight. This is Deacon Blackfire, I believe was his name. This guy is actually an important character in the comics, but a very minuscule side mission here. Jack Ryder is looking into a cult, and it turns out it's this deacon guy. This deacon has like a cult among the homeless people, and he believes he's like an immortal prophet, that if he kills people and bathes in their blood, he's immortal, and you don't really fight him. You like fight his waves of goons. You fight an army of homeless thugs, and Deacon Blackfire is taken down in a quick time event. If you're lying, I'll break the other one. The other one. Ah! Yeah, he snaps his wrist. That was hardcore, though. I call him Diet Raish. Yeah, this guy was easily forgettable. Yeah. Does anybody remember this guy? He's in an optional side mission. If you check up on Jack Ryder, you see Jack Ryder's gone and he was abducted by the Deacon. You have to save Jack Ryder before he's sacrificed, and Batman beats up basically his waves of henchmen, then takes him down in a quick time event. Lame. This guy had a lot more dialogue after he was beaten up. That's how lame he was. Not even a Maxi Zeus or Prometheus. Yeah, this should have been Maxi Zeus if you think about it. Prometheus in the game, big letdown, or even Baby Doll. Yeah, they should have gotten a villain people wanted to see, but they got Deacon Blackfire. He's lame. I mean, when you do the missions and all the money gets stolen, do you get a game over? Actually nothing happens because nothing's programmed for a bad ending. Yeah, sorry to disappoint, Fatal Waffle. You either do them or you don't. There's no two-face victory ending. Alright, next, Professor Pig. This one I actually thought was pretty fun. We finally see Professor Pig in the Arkhamverse, and I will put him onto fun, but very low. I'll put him under hammer and sickle. Pig coming for you, Batman. So, Batman undergoes a detective side mission. You find a bunch of mutilated corpses around Gotham City. Then when you find all the corpses, you manage to track down the killer, and in a surprise curveball, it's Professor Pig. Professor Pig is the mysterious serial killer and debuting in the Arkhamverse, and he has a fight in his makeshift operating room. Professor Pig has his Dollatrons. In the comics, they look nothing like this. In the games, they almost look like Michael Myers. You fight like these Michael Myers henchmen, the Dollatrons. Then Professor Pig jumps through the window and fights Batman with his knife throwing, and yeah, honestly, it's a pretty fun side mission. It's good, but annoying as hell. Yeah. Deacon should know that God doesn't want us to sacrifice people. I'll say this was one of the better side missions in the game. Yeah, I agree, Shadowlink. It was very interesting, and I do like that Professor Pig is officially in the Arkhamverse. Dwight Schultz's performance is definitely hammy and over the top, but very fun. This is not what I would call the greatest boss fight of the Arkhamverse, but it is very interesting and a very satisfying fight against Professor Pig. Batman has to like throw knives back at him, like you counter them, throw him with the butt of the knife, then you take down all his Michael Myers henchmen before taking down Pig and knocking his ass out on the stretcher. Yeah, I thought it was pretty fun. Pretty interesting idea bringing Pig into the Arkhamverse, and a satisfying conclusion to an interesting side mission. The dolls are creepy, not as creepy as the mannequins from RE7. Yeah, that's for sure. I do kind of like they all look like Michael Myers from Halloween 4. That was actually pretty interesting. And the fact that they have no emotion and feel no pain is a very fun challenge. Yeah, I'll put Pig on to fun. Next, we'll do the Penguin. Yeah, the Penguin in the find all of his guns and munitions plot. He's gone on to lame. Sorry. Yeah, this is Penguin. Nightwing and Batman team up to track down all of Penguin's weapon stashes. Penguin is back to his arms-dealing ways, supplying weapons to the Arkham militia. And Batman usually has to track like some van down to each hideout, destroy all the caches, kill a whole room full of goons, and Penguin doesn't really show up until the finale, and he's also a quick-time event boss fight. Yeah, all this build-up, and Penguin is not actually a real boss fight. He takes Nightwing hostage, as you can see here, and Dick Grayson distracts him with his origin story, where you double-team the Penguin, use the team-up combo to knock Penguin's ass out. Another good side mission, but yeah, the payoff with the fight against him was lame. Yeah, the side mission itself is fun, but unfortunately, the final confrontation with the bird, it is not very good. The Penguin's barely present. He's like talking on his communicator throughout most of it, then shows up at the end to try to kill Nightwing, and Nightwing and Batman double team him. That's really it. Professor Pig is an interesting boss. Yeah, I do like him as a character. Yeah, the Penguin boss fight, the mission itself is fun, but the final boss against him, that's the lameness. It's lame. But, you know what's not lame? The fight with the Joker. Yeah, Batman finally succumbing to the fear toxin and the Were-Joker illness, fights the Joker inside his mind, and this one I will put onto fun. Yeah, so Joker finally starts to take over Batman's mind. Scarecrow has Commissioner Gordon and Robin hostage and is demanding Batman sacrifice himself and give himself up to him if he ever wants to see them alive. Batman goes inside his truck, gives up his utility belt. However, the Joker shows up to take over Batman's mind. Batman has been infected by the Joker's illness, and Joker is slowly taking over the Dark Knight, where he finally has a fight with Batman inside his mind. And you fight an army of Jokers. Bruce goes to the Monarch Theater, and Joker shows up. Wow, really tragic, isn't it? Shame about their kid, am I right? And he fights Bruce in the center of the mind, and Joker actually goads Batman into killing him. When Arkham Knight becomes Silent Hill, yeah, it does. Yeah, Arkham Knight's finale, the climax is very much Silent Hill inspired. There's a lot of hallucinations, mind screw horror, and battle inside the mind. And a lot of spooky stuff happens inside of the Dark Knight and Joker's minds. Love this boss fight where you play as the Joker and very scary. Yeah, you fight an army of Jokers. I do like Mark Hamill's performance in this. Come on, Bruce, your dead parents hit better than that. A lot of dark humor, but that's the Joker for you. Batman fights the Joker in here and finally kills him. Checking if the other boss fight is on here. Yeah, okay. I thought it was pretty fun, though the Joker is not very challenging. There's like no huge health battle. Batman fights the Joker, Joker seemingly wins, but then once the Joker takes over, Scarecrow double doses him on fear gas, where you go inside the Joker's mind and see what the clown fears, that the Joker is afraid of death. You're afraid of being ashes, you're afraid of being forgotten, and you're afraid of death, and you will be forgotten, Joker. And you fight Joker inside the mind. It is pretty fun. I do like the Silent Hill angle it goes for, but that's because I'm a Silent Hill fan. Kind of trippy and surreal for a Batman game, but very interesting. You fight the Joker in like the first phase, and Batman can actually kill him. So, you finally snapped my neck. Then Joker takes over and Batman gives him another beatdown. It reminded me a lot of the Arkham Origins boss fight where you just beat the Joker down. Batman finally beats the Joker and conquers his fears of him, lets the Joker go forever. He locks Joker inside a prison cell and it takes him away, removing him from his mind. And Batman's sheer willpower helps him cure himself of his Joker virus. Yeah, it is kind of a stretch, but whatever. No, stop, please, Bruce, I need you. Yeah, I love the Joker mobile, that is very fun. Yeah, I think it's pretty fun, but technically not really a boss fight until the end. It's an interesting idea. You know, I might bump him up a few levels. Yeah, we'll put him above Killer Croc. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's very fun, very enjoyable. Mark Hamill knocks it out of the park, as he always does as the Joker, and has a lot of Silent Hill-esque writing and horror, but that's what made it very memorable. Have you seen Bat Metal? No, I have not. Is that the one with Batman, the Man Who Laughs? So, you finally snapped my neck. Love the boss fight where he plays the Joker and very scary. Yeah, Batman has like weeping angels. It just feels kind of out of place in the Arkhamverse, but very visually interesting. I'll put it on to fun. Alright, got 2 more in the main campaign. Well, technically a few DLCs. Next, we'll do the Scarecrow, and Scarecrow was kind of a letdown, honestly. Yeah, I'm putting him onto lame. I love the Scarecrow, and John Noble does a very good Scarecrow voice. Scarecrow isn't even defeated. He's defeated in a cutscene. Yeah, after Batman breaks himself free, he conquered the fear gas, conquered the Joker stealing his mind, and Red Hood comes out of nowhere, turns good, and Batman turns the tables on Scarecrow, where he's dosed with his own fear toxin. And he sees Batman as Ghost Batman, runs away, and Commissioner Gordon is the one who punches him. Yeah, Commissioner Gordon punches out the Scarecrow. It is lame. I was so looking forward to this final fight. The Scarecrow is one of the best Batman villains ever, and he's defeated in a cutscene. A cutscene! Willpower is what you need to overcome fear. Yeah, that is a good lesson, but how did that overcome the Joker virus? Yes, I have the Scorpio Bat Metal. I heard a lot of good things about that story. Okay, so yeah, Scarecrow isn't even a boss fight. I don't know why he's even on this tier list. He's one punch by Batman. So to be fair, Scarecrow is actually a combatant in the Batmobile challenge maps. You can go around in the DLC in the Batmobile, and Scarecrow tries to shoot you with his Eye of Sauron eyes in a fear gas road map. Yeah, it's lame. It's a letdown. You kind of do get fights with Giant Scarecrow, but only in DLC and in the Batmobile. Yeah, still gone to lame. Scarecrow is well written, well acted, and well performed by John Noble, but man, did they drop the ball on his gameplay. He's not even a boss fight, only in DLC with the Batmobile. Going on to lame. But let's talk about a good boss fight, the Riddler. After all these years, all this time, Riddler finally fights Batman in a giant mech suit from Aliens. Yeah, Riddler gets Ellen Ripley's giant mecha and fights Batman and Catwoman together. This one is going on to best of the best. Yep, it's finally here. A real Riddler boss fight. And it really says a lot that the best boss fight in Arkham Knight is the Riddler. The one where Bat Family's parroting Metal Apocalypse. Highly recommend seeing it in the future. To think the Riddler would be the best main game fight in Knight, yeah. Out of all the main game boss fights, the Riddler has the best one. So of course, after collecting all the Riddler trophies, Batman finally confronts Edward Nygma, and he's in a giant mech suit. Cheater! 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 You must have cheated! I will destroy you, Batman! And Riddler fights in this giant mech suit right out of Aliens. It's like Ellen Ripley's suit against the Alien Queen. He fights Batman and Catwoman. Catwoman was taken hostage and held in Riddler's saw traps, where Batman and Catwoman work together to defeat Eddie. Die, father! I mean, Batman! Die, Batman! Yeah, I really love Wally Wingert's performance. He had a blast in these games and finally got to act full-blown crazy here. Yeah, this is easily the funnest and most challenging boss fight in the games. You fight Riddler in a mech suit, have to build up basically points to do a double team takedown on him, fight Riddler's robots. In the second phase, he tries to turn them into robots that only Batman or Catwoman can actually hit. Yeah, the pink ones are killed by Catwoman, the blue ones are killed by Batman, and he tries to change their color mid-fight, trying to throw you off, throw your game off, and make it more challenging. And it is very satisfying. The final fight with the Riddler is easily the most satisfying and well-deserved beatdown he ever got. Batman and Catwoman both take out the Riddler. You have to build up your team combo, strike him like at least 3 to 4 times before you actually knock him out of the mecha and double team him. Riddler is still a coward as he needs machines to fight. Yeah, he has robots and fights in a giant Megazord fight because Riddler is not a very strong guy. He does try to cheat to win because he hates Batman that much. But yeah, Riddler has the best boss fight in Arkham Knight, and it is satisfying to finally face him. Very cool, very kick-ass, and very fun gameplay-wise. Plus, I love me some Bat-Cat shipping, so Batman and Catwoman double-teaming the Riddler is something I did not expect, but really, really love. He is a best of the best boss fight. You sneaking electrocutioner in there? Ah, you saw that, Samuel. Hey, yeah, electrocutioner's down here because he's a badass, man. The Scarecrow in this looks great, but the boss fight is bad. Sure intimidating, but it's just like Arkham Knight. They're both bad. Yeah, I really love Scarecrow's portrayal in the game, but boss fight-wise, he is uninteresting, not very good, and kind of lame. Yeah, anyways, wrap up. Riddler's final boss fight, it is the best of the best. Okay, I think we have 2 more in-game boss fights in the main campaign. We have the Mad Hatter, who is going on to fine. Yeah, we have the Season of Infamy DLC. I'll put him under Arkham City Riddler. Yep, the Season of Infamy gave you bonus side quests, and only Mad Hatter and Killer Croc got boss fights on here. Yeah, Mr. Freeze doesn't have a boss fight, he's a good guy and you fight a bunch of tanks. Ra's al Ghul doesn't have a boss fight because he's sick and dying and you fight a bunch of his sexy ninja goons. Mad Hatter actually does kind of have a boss fight. It turns out Mad Hatter was leading Batman into a trap, trying to mind rape him once more, where you end up teleported into his storybook hallucination. Mad Hatter is there looking down upon Batman. They try to recapture the glory of the Scarecrow missions from Arkham Asylum, where he's this giant monster looking down at you as you fight goons and work your way through the book, but it's fine. It's alright. I do kind of agree with Shadowlink that the final confrontation is nothing too special. They go for a lot of visual flair, but it's really nothing. You fight a bunch of goons, you dodge his storybook, he like turns the page to crush you, fly over him, get a cool visual, but Mad Hatter is not really a boss fight, hiding behind waves of goons and hallucinations. Catch on my comments, yeah. Alright, so Mad Hatter, I think he's a fine one. We'll put him on to fine. Not the worst ever, but more so a visual experience than an actual gameplay experience. But you know who is going up high? Killer Croc. Yeah, Batman and Nightwing versus Killer Croc in his ultra monster form. Going on to, yeah, so good. Ironically above Asylum Killer Croc. Best part of this were the pop-up book visuals. I agree, it's kind of a look back at everything Arkham. That's what made it kind of fun for me. But we'll talk about a good boss fight, Killer Croc. Killer Croc is actually a pretty sweet boss fight. So, Killer Croc broke out of prison, is sinking the Zeppelin prison. He took the warden hostage, where Batman and Nightwing team up to fight Killer Croc. And after all this time, you have a big boss battle against Killer Croc in his giant form. Killer Croc's mutation has gotten a million times worse, and he's become a much bigger armored monster, has these spikes, is like 10 feet tall, very creepy, snarling monster, looks like he fits in Resident Evil now as like a hunter or something, and Batman and Nightwing team up to beat him up, and I do enjoy this boss fight. It is fun. You fight giant Killer Croc, dodge him, he's pretty much near invulnerable. You have to build up a combo to double team him like the Riddler boss fight, and Batman and Nightwing working together to defeat Croc, it is a blast. Yeah, best duo boss fight in the game, absolutely. Love this version of Killer Croc, very monstrous. I agree, I like the monster form of Killer Croc, and I know I love Asylum Killer Croc's boss fight because of how scary it is. Here, it's pretty much a good old-fashioned badass boss fight. Croc has a really gnarly design in this, and it is so much fun. It is one of the best dual boss fights ever. Batman and Nightwing are cool characters, and taking out Killer Croc is so much fun. It is so good. Unfortunately, it does pale in comparison to the Riddler boss fight, but the Riddler one got a lot more build-up. Croc is going on to A tier because he is so good. Alright, finally did it. We took out the main campaign boss fights. Unfortunately, we do still have a handful of DLC. Okay, Chris, if you're still watching, we'll talk about Nightwing. Bat Knight, Nightwing. So, Harley Quinn breaks into a prison at Bloodhaven to spring poison ivy. However, in a surprise twist, Nightwing shows up as a boss fight. Harley Quinn fights Nightwing, and, I will put him onto fun. Yeah, I'll put him under the dual titan, guys. Bat Knight, Nightwing. Yeah, Nightwing shows up trying to stop Harley Quinn. Nightwing is the final boss of Harley Quinn's Arkham episode. He shows up and you have to fight him. He has double stun sticks. He's another stun stick enemy, but a pretty good one. Nightwing has high health. You have to take him down multiple times. He lasts longer than the generic goons Harley has to deal with. And yeah, he's pretty fun. That's my girl. Love this version of Killer Croc, very monstrous. Yeah, I know you love Harley Quinn, Chris. Harley Quinn fights Nightwing, and yeah, it is good. It is pretty fun. I think it's pretty entertaining. Not the bestest boss fight ever, but it's mildly entertaining. Harley Quinn versus Nightwing is packed with a lot of great fun, them bantering with each other, them both having silly one-liners, and it is much better than how it is much funner how... Alright, sorry, get my words. It is much better than the fight Harley and Nightwing had in Batman and Harley Quinn. I know that's not saying a lot, but yeah, it makes up for that terrible movie fight they had where Harley Quinn was able to clown Nightwing, then raped him. Yeah, this definitely made up for it. Harley Quinn versus Nightwing is still pretty fun. Yeah, I'll put it on to fun. It's a fun duel. Not the greatest boss fight, but very interesting. Alright. Now we got a bad one. Black Mask versus the Red Hood, which is going on to fine. Yeah, I'm putting it under Two-Face, that's for sure. Red Hood takes on Black Mask in a shout out to Under the Red Hood. Yeah, Jason Todd is now Red Hood full-time and is taking down Black Mask's criminal organization. And Black Mask is the final boss at the end. And honestly, it's kind of lackluster. You fight Black Mask, he's like the only guy who has a gun, shoots at you, you dodge him. Playing as Red Hood is definitely fun and interesting, but Black Mask is completely nerfed. This is like an embarrassing duel against him. Nightwing should be more humble as he lost to Harley Quinn. Agree, Cat. Thank you, 19 Chris. Yeah, I'm sure you agree with me that it's a much better fight than what they had in Batman and Harley Quinn. That movie is terrible. Do not watch it. Even if it has Kevin Conroy in it, it is not good. Anyways, Red Hood versus the Black Mask. It is honestly kind of lackluster. It's basically fight Black Mask with a bunch of goons. Black Mask just has higher health. You take him down, beat him up, and he goes out kind of like a pussy. He goes crying, saying, "Oh, don't worry, I'll leave Gotham." "Yes, you will." And Red Hood kills Black Mask. Yeah, that's it. He pushes Black Mask out of a window, and he dies. Black Mask had it rough in the Arkhamverse. Love this DLC just as much as Demiga loves Red Hood. Okay. Yeah, I think the DLC is fun in its own, but Black Mask's boss fight is kind of meh. Going on to fine. Alright, next we'll knock off Two-Face versus Robin, and yeah, it's going on to lame. I'll put it under Penguin's boss fight. Okay, this is Robin versus Two-Face from a flip of a coin. Two-Face has escaped prison, and Robin's tracking him down. Now, I actually really enjoy this DLC. I defend it that it's pretty good. Robin gets character development. There's a lot of fun sections here, but Two-Face's boss fight is the weak link. Robin makes his way towards Two-Face at his new base of operations, and you fight swarms of goons and confront Two-Face in a quick-time event boss. It is a definitely huge letdown to a really good DLC. Robin goes around, pretty much proves that he is a capable hero without the Dark Knight, and fights Two-Face, and it's a quick time event. Two-Face actually kneecaps Robin with his gun, is about to execute him, but wants to flip the coin, where, shocker, Robin takes him down as he's flipping the damn coin. Red Hood, say hi to Joker for me. Yeah, that's a pretty badass line, but not a good boss fight. Alright, so Two-Face's boss fight. It's a quick time event boss fight, and much worse than the Joker's quick time event boss. They should have had Robin beating down Two-Face, like how Bruce beat down Joker, but no, you have to hit the counter button at the right time, and you have a long time frame to actually hit this, and yeah, that's it. Robin beats up Two-Face and returns him to prison. Lame. But let's wrap up Arkham Knight on a high note with the Matter of a Family boss fight. Batgirl and Robin double team the Joker and Harley Quinn, and this one is going on to best of the best. I'll put it under the Riddler's boss fight. I love the Batgirl DLC. Batgirl easily had the best Arkham Knight DLC. Batgirl has to save Commissioner Gordon from the Joker. The Joker took Gordon and some of his coppers hostage, leading to a big epic showdown where Joker and Harley Quinn double team fight Batgirl and Robin, and it is great. It is so satisfying. It is fun. They basically took all the issues people had with previous boss fights and made it so much better. You fight Joker and Harley Quinn and a bunch of goons together in a big badass epic showdown. Joker, Harley Quinn, and their endless respawning goons fight them in the center of Joker's circus, and you can actually take out Joker and Harley Quinn together. They both have very high health bars, and yeah, it's fun. Harley Quinn is even dressed like her animated series look, which is her best look. I kind of wish they kept her Jester outfit because it looks really good in this game. Love this DLC. Love that it includes the classic Harley Quinn outfit in this finally. Yes, we finally got to see Arkham vs. Harley in her classic outfit, and it looks really good. I always play as Harley Quinn with this look on her because the Jester outfit is classic. It's sexy, it's cool, and it makes her resemble her cartoon counterpart, and the Arkhamverse is a love letter to the animated series, so why not have Harley in this outfit more? Yeah, I love this boss fight. Double teaming Joker and Harley Quinn. You can actually take out Harley Quinn before the Joker. I usually try to because it's a really fun boss fight. If you beat the Joker first, then that triggers the ending. Yeah, you don't have to take out Harley Quinn, but you do have to take out the Joker. Plus, it's nice to see Barbara before she became Oracle for the rest of the franchise. Yeah, we got to see Barbara in this DLC. She really kicks butt. And honestly, they gave her a really good boss fight, fighting the evil clown couple versus the sidekick couple. I love it. All the great gameplay, all the nice moves, the cinematic visuals, and fighting two of the greatest villains at the same time. This one is a best of the best boss battle. Alright, gotta use my last restroom break, but now we're on Arkham Shadow. Tell me what boss fight you guys want to see first. I'll be right back. Final string, let's go. The rats shall rise above and swarm Gotham. One of the many reasons why A Matter of the Family was great. Love this duo fight at the end. Me too, Shadowlink. I love this double team fight. And the collectibles are very disturbing, the phone calls especially. Yeah, those are really creepy and actually gave a backstory to this level. And tomorrow, Zordoween Artathon month, you will be in a big surprise. Okay, looking forward to it, Saga. Yes, There is one more Arkham game, Arkham Shadow. And let's start with the first boss fight then, Shrike. Shrike is fine. Yeah, sorry guys. I'll put him above the Mad Hatter especially. Yeah, this is Shrike, a sniper member of the Rats. Shrike is sent in to assassinate Gotham's greatest authority figures, Harvey Dent and Commissioner Gordon. Shrike is the starter boss fight, introducing you to the plot and tutorials of the game. So Arkham Shadow is a VR game. I'm hoping it gets a console release and becomes a first-person Batman game. That would be astounding. I love the story of this game because it was pretty good. But Shrike is a tutorial boss fight. You master the gameplay mechanics, and Shrike is pretty much a stealth mode fight. He's up in the rafters using his sniper rifle, and you take down cult members of the Rats. Yeah, you take down his goons and try to get to him. Shrike takes Harvey Dent hostage, is ready to execute him, but Batman jumps him, and Shrike reveals the plot of the game. He's really just a hitman working for the Rats. He's a part of this cult that wants to destroy and swarm the corrupt elite and system of Gotham City, and yeah, his was fine. Definitely interesting at the end. After you beat him up, Shrike reveals that he went into this knowing he wasn't going to make it, and he actually kills himself. He sets himself on fire and forces Batman to drop him to his death. And yeah, it's pretty hardcore, showing you that this is going to be an R-rated Arkham game. In fact, it's going to be 2 mechas and 2 Halloween-themed fan art. Looking forward to it, Saga. Yeah, plus the headset for the VR is very expensive. I agree, that's why... Yeah, I agree. The VR headset is expensive. I think Arkham Shadow will make a killing if it comes to consoles, because this story was fantastic. Batman's like fighting a secret cult, and honestly I think they can easily reprogram it for a first-person Batman game. I mean, they did this for Resident Evil 7 and other games I know, but yeah, they should have this as a console release. Yeah, VR headsets are expensive, but I'm here to talk about the VR bosses too. Yeah, Shrike kills himself, and honestly his boss fight was fine. A decent start, but he's like a tutorial boss, kind of like Victor Zsasz. He's going on to the okay tier. But up next is our first real boss fight, Carmine Falcone. Yes, Don Falcone is in the Arkhamverse, and he fights you with swarms of goons. Again with the goons. Yeah, he's also going on to fine. Yeah, so Carmine Falcone has a unique boss fight. It's kind of like the Harley Quinn fight from Arkham Asylum. Carmine Falcone is like in this mine area. He is on top of like a balcony, and he sends wave of goons to fight and crush the Batman while he's up there shooting a huge Gatling gun. It looks like his gun from the Telltale series. He shoots this big Gatling gun. You have to hit him in the head with a batarang to basically make him dizzy, stun him while the goons fight you. Then you put explosive gel on the crates underneath him, exploding the ground from under him before Batman finally takes him out, and Carmine Falcone is defeated and locked up in Blackgate. Yeah, I know, VR headsets are very expensive. Carmine Falcone's fight is fine, but it's another wave of goons fight. I think they were trying to get you accustomed to the controls before you fight the real challenging bosses in the game. I think he's another okay boss fight. The story is S tier, but the characters, the boss fights are a bit hit and miss. Falcone's is going on to fine. It's an okay one. But up next, we get a good one. Lockup. Yes, Lyle Bolton is in the Arkhamverse, and he has the most badass fight in Arkham Shadow. He is going on to best of the best. I'm gonna put him under Bane, but above Cold Cold Heart Freeze. I was completely surprised and caught off guard, teehee, that Lyle Bolton is in the Arkhamverse. If you don't know, Lyle Bolton is an original character from Batman the Animated Series known as Lockup. Bolton is a corrupt prison guard who abuses the prisoners, takes the law into his own hands, and sees himself as a heroic vigilante. Bolton is exposed as a corrupt psycho who abuses the prisoners and his authority, where Batman goes undercover as Matches Malone, infiltrates the prison, and saves Carmine Falcone from Bolton's abuse. Where you get a boss fight, Bolton becomes Lockup here. It's basically his Lockup armor, or a very loose bootleg version of it. He gets his cool electro generator and his electrified whip, all the weapons you saw from his cartoon episode, and has a very savage fist fight with Matches Malone. Yeah, not Batman, it is Matches Malone. Bruce got rid of his weapons to go undercover and has a savage combat fight with the overpowered Bolton, and it is so cool, cinematic, very, very high tension, really cool. I like this boss fight. It looks great. He has that electric whip. You take him out 3 times, break his battery pack on his back, and eventually beat up Bolton to the point where he's beaten so badly the guards have to stop Matches from killing him. VR headset, Trooper 3 Go, Virtual Reality, Trooper 3 Go, Virtual Reality. Who? Who are you talking about, Chris? Are you talking about Lockup? If you don't know, Lockup was from Batman the Animated Series. The episode called Lockup. Yeah, very easy to find it. He's Lockup. He's basically this evil, psychotic cop vigilante. He believes that he's saving Gotham by killing the criminal scum. He abuses his prisoners, abuses his authority, and has a very huge temper, which is why he's not a hero. Bolton basically represents the Punisher. He wants to fully kill villains in Gotham City, kill the criminal scum, and thinks Batman is weak for sparing them. But he exists to show you that Batman has mercy. Batman is good, despite being a vigilante. Batman believes in reforming these criminals. Bolton believes in killing them. Lockup is my favorite episode. Really, Saga. I like Lockup episode 2. It might not be my top 10 because the animated series has so many good ones, but his boss fight is cool. So, like Prometheus. Yeah, kind of. Or that guy from The Batman. Talking about Rumor, he's also kind of a Prometheus-like character. Yeah, Lockup is a corrupt prison guard. He fights Batman when Matches Malone stands up to him and has this really cool and fun cinematic boss fight. It is so fun and visually stunning. I'm gonna put him onto best of the best. But speaking of best, we get to the other greatest boss fight, Shadow Batman. So if you haven't watched my past tier list, Dr. Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, is in this game before he becomes the psychotic supervillain we all know and fear. Scarecrow tells Matches Malone that deep down, everyone has a shadow, a dark side, a person within them who is all their repressed thoughts, their evil side, and this is Shadow Batman. So, Batman gets infected by Scarecrow's fear toxin for the first time. Scarecrow hits the Dark Knight, and he sees his dark side. Shadow Batman, a giant Chernabog-like demon ghoul. This is practically Nightmare Batman, who fights the Dark Knight, tries to break Batman's mind and be evil like him. And Shadow Batman also going on to S tier. Yeah, he'll outclass Bolton for sure. Voiced by Frodo Baggins himself, the Scarecrow. Yeah, Elijah Wood is the Scarecrow. So, technically, Shadow Batman is the Scarecrow's boss fight, but Scarecrow takes the form of Batman's shadow, his dark side. Roger Craig Smith plays Batman, and he gives kind of a very phenomenal villain performance. I am vengeance. I am the real Batman. Yeah, Batman enters the Scarecrow's hallucinations and fights this demonic version of Batman. This is Shadow Batman, Bruce's evil side, his repressed thoughts, the side of him that tells him he should kill bad guys. No mercy, no letting them go, no prison, full-blown kill criminals, except your dark side, except that this world needs you to force your will onto them. That is your justice. And Batman has a battle in the center of the mine and an epic and trippy boss fight against Shadow Batman. Roger Craig Smith uses his demonic voice, goes all in on the crazy evil side. He turns into Churnbog at one point. He looks like the devil from Fantasia, unleashes mini versions of himself to fight Bruce, like barfs up goons, almost crushes Batman, turns into a regular sized Batman, fights him in a stealth battle. He's like in the fog trying to lure Bruce away, then jump him. It is a pretty neat and visually stunning boss fight. Believe me, Frodo's been through worse with the Nazgul Shadow Batman. Yeah, so Shadow Batman is technically the Scarecrow. He's what Batman's seeing. Scarecrow infected Bruce with his fear gas and is showing him his darkest fears to beat him. But Bruce manages to defeat Shadow Batman, beats him up, shows that Scarecrow has no hold over him, and Frodo Scarecrow gets beaten up and experiences fear for the first time because Batman confronts his dark side, his shadow, and he won. This is pretty much the big selling boss of the video game, and honestly, they did a pretty good job. He's going on best of the best. Alright, almost there. Next is Two-Face. So, after finally undergoing a huge adventure and the long overarching mystery, Batman finds out that the Rat King is Harvey. Harvey Dent developed a split personality. This is before he became Two-Face. He gets his face melted by acid like partway through the game. Near the end, he gets like acid thrown at him, and Harvey goes full-blown crazy. The Rat King is launching his full assault on Gotham City, and we find out the harsh truth. Harvey Dent was the villain all along, and he's going on to so good. Yeah, I'm gonna put him, I'll put him under the Copperhead boss fight. Wait, Rat King? Yeah, if you don't know, Saga, the villain of Arkham Shadow, technically there's two. Dr. Crane, before he becomes the Scarecrow, is a villain, and the Rat King is a villain. No, not Ratcatcher. Ratcatcher is a cult member. Ratcatcher serves the Rat King. The Rat King's a mysterious, dark leader trying to convince the homeless and oppressed citizens to turn against the corrupt government of Gotham City, and the Rat King was a third split personality inside of Harvey. Throughout Arkham Shadow, we see flashbacks to when Bruce and Harvey became best friends. When Bruce was being raised by Dr. Tompkins, he and Harvey became friends, and we see Harvey's very sad and tragic life. Harvey Dent gets a lot of great character in this video game, and it turns out he was the Rat King. The Rat King is pretty much Harvey's judge personality from the animated series. For those of you who don't remember, in the animated series, Harvey Dent used to be a vigilante known as the Judge, who was a Knight Templar type of vigilante, believed in killing and destroying everything evil in Gotham, and that's essentially the Rat King. The Rat King wants to tear down the corrupt government, fight for the people, and we see it was Harvey. Harvey is the Rat King, and the Rat King is a prototype of his big bad Harv persona. Looks like he has that yellow crystal stuff from the Gears of War games on his face. Yeah, does, doesn't it? So kind of like the Judge. Yeah, it is the Judge. The Rat King is the Judge, but they try to trick you into thinking it's Ratcatcher because Ratcatcher is in the game and he's the rat supervillain. But no, Ratcatcher reveals that he's just a lowly follower of this new guy. Yeah, it's like the Judge. It was nice to see his origin in this game. It was very impressive and very tragic and emotional. Harvey Dent reveals that he's the Rat King, and he wants to help Bruce make the city better. Harvey Dent was just trying to save people, and he reveals that he has Joe Chill held hostage. The guy who shot Batman's parents is held at gunpoint by Harvey Dent. Harvey's gonna cap him, but Batman shows up and talks him out of it, and Harvey Dent can't live with himself, tries to kill himself. Batman saves him, but in a very depressing ending, Harvey Dent loses himself completely. He's still alive, but now he's Two-Face. He's now Two-Face full-time at the end of the game, and this was really his start in the Arkhamverse. But I'm going to put him onto So Good because it's a really greatly well-written twist. The Harvey boss fight is nothing too special. Fight a bunch of goons just to get to him, but it leads to a really powerful and emotional twist. Again, Two-Face more like Meat-Face, am I right? Yeah, it was nice to see his origin. Yeah, it's a pretty good ending. We'll put him onto A tier. But we have one more, and it's my favorite, Sexy Catwoman. Okay, so I apologize for not getting all the Arkham Origins Blackgate bosses on here, but I decided to get the final boss of the game, Catwoman. Yes, Catwoman is in the handheld DS game Arkham Origins Blackgate. Catwoman is set up like an ally to the Dark Knight. They start their romance, but in a twist, Catwoman was actually the villain. Catwoman is the big bad of the handheld game and has a boss fight with Batman. Yeah, she's the only one I'm counting to end this on a fun note because I love me some Catwoman. She is going on to so good. I'll put her under the Scarecrow. I mean, there was that rat villain from that one episode of the animated series, also the Condiment King. Saving the best for last, eh, Cat? Yeah, I am. Okay, Catwoman's boss fight is so good because it's actually the most challenging boss fight in the game. Batman has honestly rather generic boss fights against everyone else, against Joker, Penguin, and Black Mask, and the Bronze Tiger boss fight, easily the worst of that game, but Catwoman is the twist villain. You fight Catwoman twice at the beginning of the game where you chase her all throughout the city, you have to track her down as she's stealing stuff, you defeat her, lock her up in Blackgate, but then you find out there's a prison break going on, going through a journey through there, a lot of trials and tribulations, until you reach at the end where it turns out Catwoman was the villain all along. Catwoman is working for Amanda Waller, and she was actually purposely getting arrested by Batman and breaching Blackgate to recruit members for Amanda Waller's Suicide Squad. Because this was back when we were hyping a Rocksteady Suicide Squad game before we all suffered that awful abomination that eventually came out. Giggity. Alright. Yep. You know, the Pack Rat. Oh, that character from the Joker's comedy episode. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Pack Rat. Let's talk about Catwoman because she's better. Yeah, Catwoman has two boss fights with Batman in the beginning of the game and at the end of the game for a full circle type of ending. The first boss fight is actually very fun and interesting. Actually gave me hope that this was going to be a good game, but it wasn't. It was kind of lackluster until the end where Batman discovers Catwoman played him and Catwoman actually blinds Batman. Batman is blind as a bat, and you have to fight Catwoman without seeing her. Yeah, you're like in a dark void, Batman is walking around, and you see flashes of Catwoman to counter her. Catwoman blinded Batman and is fighting unfair, trying to jump him. This is kind of a challenging boss fight because you have to be really quick. Have to upgrade from bat reflexes to cat-like reflexes. Catwoman is in like a black void jumping you. You see like the sparkle from her goggles. It's like bright enough for Batman to see. Then you have to counter her one by one. You do this until the end where you finally beat down Catwoman and lock her up. Yeah, pretty fun. It was Selina all along. Yeah, Catwoman played everyone. Yeah, first Pack Rat, then the Rat Catcher, now Rat King. A lot of rat-themed villains. Well, rats are kind of gross and disgusting, so I'm okay with that. Just like the final Joker fight from The Dark Knight. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Batman is blinded, he can't see. You're kind of like in a dark void with Batman. He has to see like the sparkles of her goggles and counter her at the precise moment. It is honestly the only creative boss fight in the game. I thought the Joker's one was almost fun, but very simple. But yeah, Catwoman's arrested, but she's actually bailed out in the twist ending, where we find out Catwoman's contact was Amanda Waller. Catwoman was recruiting for the Suicide Squad, busting in the jail and giving them a chance to escape during the chaos. Like, they managed to spring Deadshot and Bronze Tiger. We see them escaping with Waller, but they were supposed to get Bane, but failed. Bane was gonna join the Suicide Squad, but Catwoman failed to get him. So, Amanda Waller did help Selina. She bailed Selina out of prison, and Selina's let off with a warning to stay out of their plans. While we see Deadshot and Bronze Tiger, we're gonna join that super duper epic Suicide Squad game. Yeah, did not turn out so good. But yeah, Selena's boss fight, I'm gonna put on just so good because, you know, I love me some Catwoman, and they finally made Selena a boss fight in the Arkhamverse. Hopefully we get a future Arkham game, but yeah, that pretty much completes it. We did it! We did it! We talked about every single Arkhamverse boss fight, made it to the end. Might not be able to fit them all in a snapshot because there's so many, but got a lot of good ones on here, and some lame, but a lot more positive than negative. We did it. We completed the Arkhamverse saga. I'll go over this tier list one final time for any of you late birds, or for those of you who skip click all the way to the end to see the ranking in full. Nice. Too bad the Suicide Squad game didn't come to be. Wishful thinking, Chris, yeah. Instead, we got Suicide Squad kill the Justice League, barf. Accurate reaction, that game sucked, and no, we're not going to be ranking their boss fights because let's all agree that it's non-canon. You know, like anyone with good taste. Great Batman series with some great bosses for sure, despite some duds. Yeah, it got some lame duds, but a lot more good. Fine and above, a lot of fantastic ones. I'm surprised we got a lot in the best of the best and so good. Yeah, some were a bit meh, but that's as worst as these games got. So, let's go over it one last time. Who are the top 5 worst Arkham bosses? Number 5, Titan Joker. Yeah, very disappointing. You don't even fight Titan Joker, you fight as goons. Number 4, Two-Face. Screw this boss fight. It is unfun and stressful to the max. The Driller boss fight. It is painfully easy and another god-awful Batmobile boss fight. Number 2, the Cloudburst tank. Screw this boss fight. I hate it. It is tedious, boring, dull, and super hard. But number 1 worst boss fight has to go to Slade from Arkham Knight. They ruined one of the best bosses of this franchise. It is hilarious how bad they fumbled Slade. He is easily the number 1 awful Arkhamverse boss. What isn't canon? The Suicide Squad game. Thumbs up. Thanks, V Scorpio. Yeah, great Batman series. But okay, who's the lame ones? Who are the forgettable bosses? Harley Quinn, she didn't do anything in Arkham Asylum. Deacon Blackfire should have been replaced by a real Batman villain. It would have been better if it was Maxie Zeus, but no, it's this random guy you never heard of. Bird, completely forgettable. Deadshot from Arkham City. They nerfed the greatest assassin ever. Yeah, he's not good in Arkham City. The remote control helicopter. I don't even think this qualifies as a boss fight. The Arkham Knight. Yeah, he sucked in his own game. What a shock, it was Jason Todd, and you just take out his goons while you go underneath his sniper post. Lame. Harley Quinn, quick time event boss. Two-Face from Arkham Knight, quick time event boss. Penguin from Arkham Knight, quick time event boss, which hurts because he had a really good side mission. Scarecrow, don't even fight him unless you count the DLC, and it's a Batmobile DLC. Yeah, lame. All these are lame. Very forgettable, lackluster, not awful, but also nothing special. Then in fine, who's serviceable? Random starter boss from Arkham Knight. Yeah, funny defeat in the end, but also kind of generic. Black Mask. Yeah, disappointing end to a very underutilized character. Two-Face, very easy Predator mission. The APCs, very tedious mission. Firefly, they nerfed him too, also disappointing. Both Victor Zsasz encounters from Asylum, yeah, they're basic tutorial boss fights, nothing really special. Poison Ivy, she didn't do anything in Arkham City. Mad Hatter, he barely did anything, you fight his goons. Black Mask from DLC, also kind of generic and forgettable. First Titan boss fight, yeah, it's pretty interesting, but another tutorial boss fight. Mad Hatter, it's a fun love letter to everything Arkham, but again, he didn't do much. Shrike, tutorial boss fight. Carmine Falcone, another guy who hides behind waves of goons, not very interesting, but serviceable, much better than what's under him. The Riddler, yeah, his first satisfying defeat. It has been easily outclassed by later Riddler encounters, but it's funny, I'll give it that. It's very satisfying knocking Eddie down, but still, just a fine one. Black Mask from Arkham Origins. He got cucked from being the main game of Origins, then had a very meh side mission. Yeah, it's fine. And Lady Shiva in the game. Yeah, this was also kind of lackluster. Shiva's one of the greatest fighters ever, and she's a basic tough goon fight. Yeah, all these, they're adequate. They're okay. They're fine. Well, this was fun. Cat, see you next time, my friend. Bye for now. Until the next tier list or the next review. Bye, Chris. Alright. Next, who's fun? Lady Shiva from the Initiation DLC. Yeah, she's a slight step up over her counterpart from the main campaign, but barely. Nightwing from Harley Quinn's DLC. Nice surprise twist, but also kind of a okay fight. The Twin Titan Thugs, Professor Pig, Mr. Hammer, and Mr. Sickle, Anarchy, the trap in the sewer room, Bane, the fights in the Joker's throne room, Brendan. These are all pretty fine, but they're all like basic goon fights, fighting super powered goons. They're alright, they're fun, they're decent experiences. I say they're fun. Albert King, yeah, he had a really great boss fight, double teaming him as Robin. I just wish they fought an actual villain together. Harley Quinn's Revenge, the Titan Goons, and the Room Full of Thugs. Yeah, it's fun. Like playing as Robin. He was an interesting character to play as. Penguin's Coliseum Duel. Yeah, this is fun and shows you why Batman is a badass. It is high up on the fun. Killer Croc from Arkham Origins. Interesting tutorial boss fight. I do like that you get to fight Killer Croc for the first time, but also decent fun. And the Joker's fight in the Silent Hill dimension. It's a fun visual experience and full of good nightmare fuel, but the Joker's also not that hard a boss fight. They're all fun, they're decent, they're passable. I had a good time with them. Alright, next, So Good. Who's in So Good? Harley Quinn from Harley Quinn's Revenge gave her a much better boss fight. Johnny Charisma. Mark Hamill singing is the highlight of this. Catwoman from Blackgate. Yeah, nice surprise twist. Love Batman versus Catwoman. I wish she would fight Batman in a main title, but what we got wasn't too bad. Scarecrow and Mad Hatter's Mind Hallucinations. Very fun levels. They're kind of more so... They're more so levels and boss clothing, but pretty entertaining. Love the mind screws. Fake Joker fight. Yeah, pretty interesting battle. It is fun to play as him and actually get Batman versus the Joker for the first time in the series. Two-Face, aka Rat King twist. Yeah, it's a nice twist. Very well written and full of so much raw emotion. It is good. Copperhead's boss fight. Love the trippy visuals, the cinematic flair, and a lot of the horror moments. Copperhead is really good in this game. Hope we get to see more of Girl Copperhead again. Deadshot and Arkham Origins. They fixed the worst boss fight of Arkham City. Yeah, it is good. Killer Croc, both from Arkham Asylum and Arkham Knight. Yeah, Killer Croc is a scary beast in these games, and both his boss fights show you why. And Solomon Grundy. Yeah, interesting battle, very epic, really kick-ass, and Grundy is so cool. Alright. Gonna wrap up the S tier, but I gotta use the restroom one more time. Yeah, I know, but I'll be right back. Who's gonna be best of the best? We'll be right back. Check it out here if you can't wait. Alright, Cat's back. Let's do this. So when's the next tier list? Not sure. Sometime this week. I have a few more Halloween tier lists. Alright, let's finish this. Who's best of the best? Electrocutioner. Yeah, he's the greatest boss fight of this entire franchise. I'll give him mad respect. Definitely worth being S tier. Joker's beatdown in Arkham Origins. It is fun and a very satisfying fight. Yeah, it's a quick time event boss, but a really great one. Harley Quinn and the Joker in Batgirl's DLC. Yeah, it's fun, great double team fight. You actually get to fight 2 bosses for the price of 1 DLC. The Riddler from Arkham Knight, easily the best boss fight in the main campaign. They did the impossible and made Edward Nygma a badass boss fight. Mr. Freeze from Cold Cold Heart. Not as good as Arkham City, but it is fun. I have a blast fighting against him. It is cool, interesting, and very fun. Lockup. Yeah, we finally got Lockup in the Arkhamverse, and he has one of the funnest boss fights in Arkham Shadow. It is cool, cinematic, and very satisfying, giving him his just desserts. Shadow Batman. Yeah, they have an evil Batman fight, and it looks cool, it is fun, it has a ton of visual flair, and is a full-blown nightmare level. Roger Craig Smith, you did it again. Epic boss fight. Then, all of Bane's boss fights, his fight at the hotel, his fight on the roof, his fight as TN1 Bane, yeah, all of Bane's boss fights, they're S tier. Bane is one of the greatest bosses in Arkham Origins. Alongside Firefly, really cool and fun cinematic boss fight. I love encountering him. I love his crazy banter. It is a cool and fire boss fight. Slade. Yeah, Slade is good. He's in the top 3. His boss fight is one of the greatest of not just Arkham Origins, but of video games in general. He's only outclassed by 2 above him, but yeah, it's still good to this day. Not gonna forget Ra's al Ghul. He's also a great one. Has one of the fast-paced and funnest riveting boss fights ever. Love the giant Sandman. Love Batman beating down the head demon. It is cool. Clayface. Yep, a satisfying conclusion to an epic game. Clayface being in this was a nice surprise, and they did not disappoint what this guy could do in the Arkhamverse. He was a worthy final foe. Poison Ivy. Yep, she's the best boss fight of Arkham Asylum. Love her performance, love her look, love taking down her giant plant. Basically, Batman deflowers her. That is so much gold. Then, number 1 has to go to Mr. Freeze from Arkham City. Yeah, was there really any doubt? Mr. Freeze is not just one of the best bosses in the Arkhamverse, one of the best bosses of pretty much video games in general. He adapts to you, he's smarter than you, has a very challenging AI, and a very creepy close encounter combat. It is one of the greatest boss fights ever, and that's why Mr. Freeze is number 1 of best of the best. Okay, so what's next? Yeah, that completes my tier list. Number 1 is Mr. Freeze from Arkham City. Was there really any doubt? And worst is Arkham Knight Slade. Yeah, they ruined one of the best bosses. If you don't buy my facts. He is bad in Arkham Knight, but one of the greatest in Arkham Origins. His Arkham Origins self would be ashamed of how far he's fallen. But yeah, best is Mr. Freeze. He's at number 1. So that pretty much completes my tier list. Thank you all for joining us. What am I going to do next? Monster Musume is on the pipeline. I plan to do it this month. It's going to be coming up. Not sure if it will be tomorrow or later this week, but I have a few scant other tier lists I want to do before the month's over. Monster Musume is the one I do know I want to do. We'll see what else I have in the pipeline. I do have like a list of others. Sorry, not going to be a Zatanna tier list coming soon. I do have to make one, and there's not enough time this month because I have other things to do. But yeah, I look forward to Monster Musume. That's the only one I know I'm still gonna do and have a tier list here. What am I gonna do for videos? I do have a review of an Arkham product on our Patreon, so go check that out. That's another Halloween special. Wolf is going to try to review another thing. I believe Wolf wants to do one of his called Goosebumps episodes, so look forward to that. Finally getting back into Goosebumps. So what's next? Okay, read that, yeah. Alright, so yeah, that's what we got planned next. I got Arkham product review on Patreon now. Go check that out if you haven't. Wolf recently did the Twilight Zone. Possibly we'll do Goosebumps again. Wolf called an episode that he really wants to do, so look forward to seeing that. What am I gonna do? Not sure yet, but I do have another tier list in mind. But let's finally wrap this up. Thank you all for joining us. Glad you love these tier lists, so I'll reward you by finally setting you all free. Well, until next time then. Bye, Shadowlink. Alright. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I'll see you all next time. Same cat time, same cat channel.